day. I've definitely got the wrong filter on there. I was tempted to leave it on this filter throughout the whole thing, but I'm not going to. Where the heck? How do I even change this? Right now, I have got drama. I've got a situation that I was not looking for on TikTok. How do I go? Okay. Oh man, this platform. Hang on. I should be able to do this. I don't want enhance, do I? Let me go up here. Oh my god, it is stuck on this filter and I don't want this filter. Okay, YouTube, you're going to have to wait. Seriously, you're going to have to wait because I've got bigger problems kicking off at the moment. Don't want that one. Okay, that's the one I want. There we go. Oh my god. That was a lot harder than it should have been. So, yeah, I just had a bit of a situation there. Boom. Yeah, I would love to actually work out how I can start the stream with that already set up. That's annoying. I find this annoying. I find using the live aspect annoying. Certainly when I look like some sort of weird troll. Yeah, hello. I hope everyone's well. Good evening, chat, says Trini. Bonkers says SmackDown 1.2 million. Oh, I haven't seen that. That's interesting. I thought it'd be below 1 million. Normally, we're looking at 800,000, 850, something like that. We have been seeing the products enjoying a really strong period, though, at the moment. So you could definitely look at that and say that it was going to be the top end of that, but I still was not expecting it to be hitting 1 million. So, yes, that's very interesting. It's also very interesting how quiet this microphone sounds. So, I can boost it a little bit. Looks like we just got a few little wobbles, a few little technical wobbles. JP, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Appreciate the kind words. Riley, hello, buds. Shout out to you. This is my first time on the live, says Cody. Cody, welcome. Normally, it's a little louder than this, but yeah, hopefully it's going to settle down. Maybe I'll have to move it a little closer. There we go. How did you manage to get to Old Trafford? Yeah, obviously we're not going to talk too much about cricket and things like that, but I did go to Old Trafford yesterday, the cricket grounds. Basically, I got a phone call late on Saturday. Actually, it was a phone call that I didn't get. It was a voicemail that came in with a friend of mine that said they'd got a spare ticket for the cricket on yesterday. So it was completely out the blue. It was not planned. If it had been planned, I would have mentioned it on one of the streams. And so I ended up jumping on a train, going to Manchester, which is about 2 hours away on the train. Got to Manchester, and then it rained all day. There was no cricket, and I came home. So that was my day yesterday. But this one we'll probably dig into a little bit more, because there's a few stories in there for the Wrestling Escape Pod, so we'll do that tomorrow. What we're going to do now is we're going to dial into Raw, and we're going to talk about what we can expect on Raw. It's a big Raw, because obviously we are, less than 2 weeks away from SummerSlam now. So SummerSlam on the horizon. And what we've got tonight is we've got Seth and Finn in a contract signing. We've got Cody responding to Brock Lesnar. We got Drew face-to-face with Gunther. We've got Logan and Ricochet, apparently. I think they're going to be face-to-face. I seem to recall Ricochet called out Logan again last week. So, yeah, he's on the show this week. I don't know what we're going to do there, because we've already done a face-to-face there. So we're doing another one. We've got Becky against Zoey Stark. Remember, if Becky loses, she's got to get a tattoo across her chest. Thank you, Trish. So she's got to get that tattoo. She's clearly not going to get a tattoo. So she is going to be winning this match. But if she loses, she has to get on her knees, say thank you, Trish, and get that tattoo. I don't think that WWE have made a big enough deal out of that, because, I mean, that is like a massive main event type stipulation. You know, that's the kind of stipulation that could be at a pay-per-view. In fact, I don't even know if I've ever seen a match where the loser has to get a tattoo. Feels very Jake Paul. It feels very kind of influencer boxing stipulation, but that is riding on the outcome of this. So we got that. And also we got Tommaso Ciampa taking on Bronson Reed. So that match as well. You might remember Tommaso getting involved last week, attacking during the match, got involved with Bronson. And so we're getting them two in a match. The only other bit of news, because there's really not loads, to be honest, it's been a lovely quiet weekend. It's been the perfect weekend to go to the cricket and watch no cricket. That's the kind of weekend it's been. Dirty Dom and Rhea are going to be kicking off NXT on Tuesday. So we've got that coming up on Tuesday. They're kicking off the show. They're obviously Dirty Dom, the new North American champion. So a lot of excitement around that. They're going to be kicking off NXT. They're on that show. And so a little bit of buzz around that. NXT doing a fantastic number last week. So, yeah, we'll be doing the live stream for that tomorrow. Ashton67 said, do you expect surprises at SummerSlam? Definitely, buds. Definitely. Not even because of rumors, even before rumors, because we've said about it before. You go back to 2020, I think that's when Roman comes back. You go to 2021, we're looking at Brock, we're looking at Becky. You go back to 2022, you got EO, you got Dakota, you got Bailey, you got Damage Control coming up. We wasn't expecting to see Seth and Riddle either, but they had a little brawl during the show. Do you remember Riddle hitting the ring and the crowd getting all excited, and then Seth coming down? There was a bit of a brawl. We wasn't expecting that. So, yeah, you're bound to get something. And there's Big E, who apparently has been, going to the shows, has been seen. He's apparently 100%. Don't know where he is with having the all clear, but if he was to make his triumphant return at SummerSlam, that would make sense. Randy Orton, he's been out the ring since last May. So if he was to, be on his way back now, that would make sense. The one that I think is, we were talking about it the other day, and I said I hadn't heard anything. And then over the past 48 hours, obviously the story broke that Bray is nearing his return. So again, that's made everyone go SummerSlam. Bray's going to be there. So Bray's looking pretty good now. The other day we were talking about, would he be there? And it was like, just haven't heard anything. If I was to say he was going to be there, it'd be nothing but speculation. But yeah, I'm expecting some big returns. I'm not expecting The Rock or anything along those lines, but I think Bray's looking good. As you said, Big E, Randy, those are the kind of names that would come to my mind. But who knows? Could be some other names in there as well. Could be some call-ups or some legends. You never know if The Undertaker might pop up or whatever, but I can't say I'm expecting anything like that. But those are the three that I'm thinking. Ryan Gambler said, Days, do you think Gunter retains versus Drew? And if he does, who will take the title? Did you see Mbappe to Saudi? Yeah, so I saw that Mbappe, the bid has come in, but he's got a big decision now, in all fairness. Is he going to take the money? Because that's going to be serious money. So it's one thing to say, well, no, he's not going to go there because that league's dead. It's going to be a low level of competition. He's going to want to win Champions Leagues and all that kind of stuff. I totally get all of that, and I totally agree with all of that. But if someone's going to be throwing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars at you, right, and telling you that they're going to strengthen that league and they're going to strengthen, this is the start of what is going to be decades of investment, and you can be like the main part of that, and you're going to get paid, all this kind of money, and they're going to build their own Champions League and, blah, 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 blah. I don't know, man. I really don't know. That's going to be a hard thing to turn down. I think he does want to go and play for Real Madrid, but what's stopping him doing a few years in Saudi? a couple of years, and he gets, they could say to him, you can go to Real Madrid, give us a couple of years, here's a load of money. In fact, there is a rumor that they've said just do 1 year and then you can go to Real Madrid. That could happen as well, very easily. Here's a boatload of money. Do 1 year and then you can go to Real Madrid. It could happen. Yeah, it really could happen. In regards to Gunther, do I see him retaining? Definitely, because I think he breaks the records, and the records is in September, where he will then become the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. So I expect him to break that record. And then who will be the one that defeats him is a good question, because a lot of the names that I keep thinking about are names that are maybe not quite ready. So I keep thinking about like Ilya Dragunov, or I keep thinking about Johnny Gargano, and I keep thinking about those types of names, like a Rick Boogs or someone like that, that's maybe not ready, that haven't got enough like momentum to just go and win the Intercontinental Championship. So it's probably going to have to be someone that's a little bit more established, and more established than I would like them to be, if I'm being honest. He's on the Raw roster, isn't he? So let's just have a quick look at the Raw roster, and we'll see if there's any names that jump out. But I don't think it'll be Apollo Crews or Angel Garza. Braun's out for a long time. I think Chad Gable would be very popular if Chad Gable was able to do it. I think a lot of people would really love to see Chad Gable be the one. The only thing I would say about that is it's a little bit Roman Reigns-esque, in the sense of whoever beats Roman is going to get a big push in people's eyes. They're going to be the guy, right? If you're Cody and you're the one that beat Roman, that's going to be a massive boost to your brand, to your career. Whoever beats Roman is going to get a big boost. And I feel that it's similar, not as big, for whoever's going to beat Gunther, because Gunther has been Intercontinental Champ for so long, and he's undefeated. And really, Gunther is the mid-card Roman. If you think about it, he's the mid-card Roman. So whoever beats him will get that boost, but only lower down the ladder, lower down the food chain. So I feel like it needs to be someone that's going to really benefit from it. I feel like it needs to be someone that's going to be able to take it and use it going forwards. The problem with Chad Gable is he's in Alpha Academy. He's one half of this tag team. And so I don't know that there's any plans for him to be a solo guy. And even though it'll be a boost to him, won't really benefit Alpha Academy, because him winning a singles title, it doesn't really translate over to the tag division. So if we're going to give it Chad, I think he's got to go out on his own, or Alpha Academy needs to get new members so that Chad can run solo and Otis can have a new partner. That would probably be the best way to do it. Have Chad win the IC title, but then give Otis a new partner. That way Chad can be a single star. Otis has got a new tag partner, and Alpha Academy grows that little bit more, and Chad is off and he's out on his own. So if we were to do that, then I think that would be the right way forwards. That would be the direction I would go, actually. Let's have a look at the other options. Damian Priest, I think he's past it. Dexter Lumis could be interesting, in all fairness. Dexter would massively benefit. We haven't seen him in a long time, though. Dominic Mysterio, no. Needs to be a face. Gunther's a heel, so it needs to be a face. Drew McIntyre, I don't think he does it. Finn Balor, no, he's a heel. Gunther can't beat himself. Humberto Carrillo is down in NXT. JD McDonough is a heel. It won't be the Viking Raiders. Jinder's a heel. Johnny is a good shout. I really like Johnny doing it, but Johnny's injury came at the worst time, so he's got no momentum. So unless you're just going to drop him in there and shock the world and have Johnny out of nowhere win the IC title, which you could absolutely do, by the way. You could do that. There's no problem with that story. It's just he will go in as an underdog, really cold. But that could kickstart his career, you know. IC title run and a shock win. you could absolutely do that. So I wouldn't rule out Johnny from doing that. Kevin Owens, no, he doesn't need it. Kofi Kingston, no, he's out injured. Doesn't need it. He's already been world champion. Ludwig Kaiser's a heel. Matt Riddle has had a go and failed. Mansoor. I suppose you have got Marseille and Mansoor. Like, could you, again, shock the world, have one of them as faces? Because I think Maximum Male Models are done. So could one of them shock the world? It's not the direction I would go. I much prefer Johnny and I much prefer Chad. But you could, I mean, you've got to do something with them, right? And if Maximum Male Models is done, then, but in all fairness, I think they probably need to sort out their gimmick before handing them the Intercontinental. Like, we need to figure out what they're going to do rather than Maximum Male Models. So I wouldn't go that way. Odyssey Jones is really interesting, isn't he? Really interesting. He'd be another out the blue. Oh my God, who's this guy? Hell of a statement. We haven't seen Odyssey. I was going to say, I don't think we've seen Odyssey on the main roster. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. He's tall. He's wide. He's big. He's fun. He's a baby face, but he's imposing. I really like Odyssey Jones doing it, but again, completely out the blue. It would be, it'd be tell you what, how you'd probably do it. You'd do it as a mystery open challenge. Down comes Odyssey Jones. Everyone would be like, "Who's this guy?" Then Odyssey gets in there, wins the title. It'd be pretty sick. Otis, you could go Otis, but I think Chad's the play, to be honest. I think Chad of the two is the way to go. Ricochet, no. He's been Intercontinental Champion, and actually, he's the one that Gunther won it off. For him to be the one to get it back off Gunther, I wouldn't go that way. Riddick Moss, it's just a bit cold to me. I mean, Johnny's got that amazing NXT career. Riddick Moss has done nothing, so he hasn't got an amazing NXT career. I didn't like him with Corbin. He's just really cold. Sammy, I'd be ashamed to see him go back to the mid-card, so no. Seth, no. Nakamura, I really don't mind Nakamura doing it. I really don't mind, but it looks like Nakamura's turning a little bit heel. Miz, no. Tommaso, don't mind that at all. Ciampa being the one would be really cool. I don't mind Ciampa being the one. You could make an argument for Ciampa, actually, to be the one. Ciampa against Gunther. You could make a real good argument for that. Via, no. Xavier's injured. That's about it. So, my top three would either be Tommaso Ciampa or Johnny Gargano. I'll put them in the same bracket because DIY. And actually, there's rumors of a DIY reunion, so they might be going off to a different, division. They might be going to the tag division as DIY. So Tommaso or Johnny. Then Odyssey Jones. I like Odyssey Jones as an option. But I think my favorite is probably Chad's. I think he's earned it. I think he's put the work in. People are really into Alpha Academy. I think adding an extra member would be great to give them 3 guys and Maxine. And then he can be the leader of that group, and not just leader in name, but the actual Intercontinental champ, the guy that beat Gunther, the guy who just keeps putting in great performances. I think he's, of all of them, he's the one that's earned it the most. So if I was booking, I would go Chad. I would expand Alpha Academy, and that's the direction I would go. Love that question, though. Good question. I can see we've had a few super chats. I've got this new tab now behind the scenes, which lets me catch up on ones that I've not been to. Mitchell, shout out to you. Said, I saw a clip from Brian Alvarez mentioning Dom outdrew CM Punk and Seth during the quarterly rating comparison on NXT. Thoughts? My thoughts are that this might be a little bit controversial, but I don't care for the quarterly ratings. The reason why I don't care for the quarterly ratings is because I think it's difficult to know. Kind of, you've got different competition that's on at different times. So, for example, you might have Summit that starts at 9 o'clock, which is going to affect the ratings compared to like 8 o'clock. You're also going to have like, I don't know. I don't know how much I put in. When did people jump out of that quarter? So, for example, you know, someone could have watched the first 10 minutes of that quarter and gone in the last 5 minutes. Or they could have joined because of what happened in the quarter before and then just stayed watching. Or someone could have just finished and a load of people jump in. I kind of think that, for me, the quarterly hour breakdowns, you can look at them. They can give you an indication. You can certainly look for patterns. But I don't know if it's just, I don't know if you're getting a little bit too in the weeds with it. I don't know if it's something that is, I think it's something that you'd have to really have a full picture on, if that makes sense. In regards to, if you knew what was on TV at the 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock hour, if you knew what was on 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, right? Because you could see a spike if whatever was on at 8 till 9 on the other channels finish. You might get a little bit of a lift from the 9 o'clock point. So it could just be people changing channels. Like if Dominic was on at 9 o'clock and a program or a sport finished and a load of people are now free to flick through the channels, it could just be a load of people just flick through the channels, went to NXT, and that quarter of an hour spiked. So I don't think that you can just sit there and say, oh my God, Dominic's a massive draw compared to CM Punk and all this kind of stuff. There's just way too many factors at play. Way too many factors. You would need to really sit down and have a much fuller idea of what was going on the landscape, TV landscape, sporting landscape at the time of those shows. I think, you could even make that sort of an argument for the overall picture, the overall number. The only thing I would say is that patterns are what you're looking for. So, for example, how does the 9 o'clock quarter compare to the other quarters? Is that always a quarter that's up compared to the others because it is the start of a new hour? Or was he on at a different point that's normally flat? What were the other quarters compared to his quarter? Is it a case that, Dominic was in a quarter that was on a very successful NXT? I mean, NXT did a massive number, did one of its biggest numbers, like, ever. And so was his quarter just in line with the other quarters? Was his a definite spike when his was on? How much do you subscribe to the idea? Because this is where I struggle. How much do you subscribe to the idea that it's like flat, and then when Dominic's on, it goes up, right? Because it's Dominic. That would suggest that people know that a certain something is on TV. That would suggest that people are aware that something is on. And actually, I've listened to Jim Cornette talk about this. And he said, people calling up their friends. Well, how much does that happen, do you reckon? How much do you think people call their friends or drop a text to their friends to say, oh my God, such and such is on, you need to tune into this? I don't know. Is it social media? Is it social media that people see it on social media and they go, what, Dominic's on now? Oh my God. And they flip over and go to NXT instead. Don't know. Why all of a sudden would a load of people come to the show for a certain part of that show? This is where I find it tricky. The quarter stuff just doesn't really make a great deal of sense to me. Because maybe it is social media. Maybe people see people talking on social media that, oh my God, Dominic's on, this is hilarious. And so they go, oh, right, Dominic's on, and they change the channel. And maybe that's what influences it in this day and age. But when you listen to Jim Cornette break down the quarters, he always talks about people phoning people. And it's like, no, I really don't. I don't see that. I don't see people watching TV going, oh my God, I need to get in touch with my mate to let them know in case they're not watching. I mean, like, and I'm not just talking about a handful of people. I'm sure that does happen. I'm talking thousands of people doing this. I don't think that's a thing, right? So this is where the quarter hour breakdowns, I just think, getting really too in the weeds here. For me, it's not a full enough picture. I much prefer the full show breakdowns. I think the full show breakdowns just tell you everyone that jumped in at some point during that show, and you can look at previous weeks. So, you know, obviously you get anomalies where people go, yeah, but it was the basketball finals, or it was the Stanley Cup or whatever. You know, you're going to have those exceptions. It was FS1. You know, I don't think anyone's looking at SmackDown going, oh my God, what's happened, right? It was on FS1. So we know why it's gone down to 1.2. But I just think the quarterly hour breakdowns, you've got so many little things that are going on, different shows, different sports, so many different things that are happening. I don't know how much I can put into that. So what do I take out of it? Nothing is the answer. Nothing. I don't take anything from it. I think if you was going to take something from it, I think take the fact that NXT has managed to do like 700,000, which is fantastic compared to where it normally is. And so it shows that what it would say to me is advertising in advance that big names are going to come down. People that have actually got something about them go into NXT. I think that's your winner right there. We've seen big names go down to NXT and not move the number. But if you put people down there that have got something about them, Seth, Dirty Dom, yeah? If you're going to put those stars down, people that are getting actual reactions at the moment, then people seem to want to tune in. People hate Dirty Dom, right? Not in a serious way, not in a way that he needs to worry about his life, but just in a way that it's fun to hate him. And so him going down and competing for a title, that I could imagine having people's attention. I wouldn't be surprised if people tuned into the main event of NXT, knowing that the main event was going to be Dom against Wesley for the title, right? You didn't need to be a rocket scientist to know that the final part was going to be that match because it was advertised in advance. So this is where I struggle with the whole people calling up their mates thing. Like, I don't think that's a thing. But knowing that Dirty Dom's going to be competing for the title, knowing that will be the main event, and then jumping in and checking out the ending of NXT, I could see that being a thing. But like, you know, when Dom's been on and he's just had an interview, or there's like, you know, Judgment Day have opened the show, or, you know, whatever it is, like those bits where you don't quite know where he's going to pop up. Like, are people calling up their mates at that point? I struggle with that. I don't think that's a thing that happens. So, yeah, interesting question, though. But as I said, like, for me, without, like, more information, we're just a bit too in the weeds on that. This is where I think wrestling fans can just go a little bit wrong. Because, I mean, I used to work in retail. So the amount of data that was available in regards to, we had customer counts. I knew how many people had walked through the door. We had breakdown of sales by every single department, and not just department, but also subsections as well. So I had data that told me how many chart albums we'd sold compared to non-chart. I had data that told me what campaigns were selling. I then had data that told me what campaigns were selling better. So, you know, there was different campaigns that were running. I could break that down and I could have a look and see how much money was made on the 2 for £10 offer compared to how much money was made on the normal just $9.99, you know, sale price stuff. I could break all of that data down. But sometimes you do get like data overload, where like sometimes dialing back and looking at the bigger picture actually gives you a more accurate idea of what's going on, rather than getting too into the weeds. Sometimes you can go so into the weeds that you actually get a little bit lost. You can't see the forest for the trees. So yeah, I'm quite used to actually going into like quite deep analytical breakdowns. What with working in entertainment store retail, and I would say that's why it's quite interesting for me to kind of now look at TV ratings and kind of have a look at the wrestling industry. And the one thing I know, well, I know a few things, but one thing I know is that a lot of what you're getting is not enough information. So you're getting just the TV ratings, which give you a nice big picture number, but without like knowing what the competition was, like what the sports were on, or what the other TV stations were doing, you know, how these shows are ranking, how they compare to their usual quarterly hour breakdowns, bits like that, you know. I think that it can make it a little bit difficult to have adult, serious conversations about ratings. I think there's a lot of people that just look at the headline number and that's it for them, which is all right. You know, you can have a conversation on it. But the idea that like wrestling fans can get really too into the weeds or can really get like a good full picture, I just don't think it's true. I don't think there's enough information unless you're going to really sit down and do some number crunching, like have a look at sports, have a look at like, you know, other stuff. This is why we were talking about this, about AEW Collision, you know. AEW Collision, we were saying like what were the films doing or what was on in that time slot. We wanted to know that information. What Collision is doing now, what in that time slot, what was it doing before? You know, I didn't see too many people asking that question on social media. Instead, people seem to have decided that Collision was going to have to do near 1 million to be a success. And then it was being based on Dynamite numbers, which was stupid to base it on Dynamite numbers because it's a completely different night of the week. And it's a significantly different night of the week as well. So again, you know, there was data that wasn't available, which I still haven't seen. I mean, the best we've got is 12 weeks of data, 12 films that were shown, which gives us a good idea. And I appreciate having that information. But we still haven't seen like a good 2-year breakdown of what that time slot has delivered week after week after week after week, you know? So trying to figure out, and this is all stuff TV networks will have and TV companies will have. So for us as wrestling fans to decide from the limited information that we get shown if something is a success or a failure, I just think is just not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible to know what has been discussed in that room, what the expectations are, what the number is that they're looking for, and also what the numbers are that have been achieved previously. Obviously, it's easier for us when it comes to NXT. I'm talking more about Collision now. But when it comes to NXT, obviously, we can go back into that data. But even then, you know, I still don't think you're getting a big enough picture. So yeah, quarterly hour breakdowns, not a big fan of them. I think they're worth a little look, but I think, to be honest, just looking at 1 week worth of data, I think how I would want to use quarterly hour breakdowns, we are going to wrap up on this, is I would want to look at all of them. So I'd want to look at like the past 6 months, and then I would be looking for patterns. So how's my 9 o'clock hour? Am I seeing a spike? Am I seeing people jump in from another show? Let me have a look at like certain superstars. How are they doing, right? Every time they're on, am I seeing it grow or am I seeing it decrease, right? Let me have a look at women's wrestling. Let me have a look at tag wrestling. Let me have a look at a show that's got some less action on it, more promos compared to others. You know, how's that affecting things? And from that, those little peaks, those little troughs, anything I can kind of get out of those patterns, that's going to help me put my shows together. And that's going to help me go, well, this seems to be what keeps people around longer at the start. And then this seems to be what people are really in. I know my main event's going to be the big thing everyone wants anyway, right? So that shouldn't be a surprise. But I'm looking at, you know, what happens with women's wrestling, what happens with tag wrestling, what happens with this superstar, what happens with that superstar. But I ain't going to base that off 1 week. So I need to have a look at patterns. I need to have a look at history. I need to go like and do like 6 months, recent 6 months. And then I want to know what sports are on in case something looks weird. Then at least I know, yeah, well, that's because that was the Super Bowl and that's why that was affected. So I've got like, you know, all this data or whatever it might be. So yeah, I think we got our teeth into that one. Cody Frost, shout out to you, said, do you think Theory will lose the title soon? Yeah, I think he will. I think Theory is at the point, is there a weird point where he actually needs longer as mid-card champ, because even though he's had a long title reign, he hasn't done anything with it that I think has been meaningful. He faced John Cena, which is definitely meaningful, but he did nothing with it. I mean, he got buried in a promo, and I just think it was a bit flat. I just think it was flat. I don't think there was much to it. I think that he needed to really put on a great match. He needed to lead that match. It needed to be more memorable than what it was. He also got killed in a promo, and he needed to get that back. He needed to fire back, and he didn't. And he just came off as someone that's nowhere near Cena's level, even now, right? Even now. I mean, Cena killed him on the mic now. And Cena's just off doing movies. So I know it's Cena, and I know that he's got bags of experience, but, you know, someone like Theory that's doing this day in, day out, week after week, talking to people about promos, doing promos, he shouldn't have got shown up to the extent that he got shown up by John. And I think the match was underwhelming. I think it was really disappointing. And so, and honestly, other than that, like, I think his other title defenses have been pretty flat as well. Austin Theory just seems to be someone that's not found his voice. I think that's the best way to put it. He's not found his voice. I don't know if he's not comfortable, or if there's stuff going on that we don't know about, or something doesn't feel right. This is a guy that was a lot of fun when he was in the way. He was fun. I really enjoyed him with Johnny. Him with Johnny in NXT when they were doing the fun thing. Brilliant. It felt like that was him. And now he's doing this more serious thing. It doesn't suit him. I don't think he knows how to play it. It doesn't seem to be working. So he is someone that I think needs more time, but more assistance in getting this character to work. And so if you take the mid-card belt of him, what are you going to do with him? Because he doesn't feel world champion ready to me. Doesn't feel like he's found his voice. Doesn't feel like he's found his feet. So I don't think you can put the world title on him yet, unless you're just going to try and force him through, which is very much the WWE way. Very much the WWE way. Think about Roman when he was a face, getting just bundled in our faces, right? Pushed down our throats. Same with Cena as well. Like, they will just ram these people, like, and push them as hard as they can, even if they're ready, not ready, stumbling, walking. Maybe they're running sometimes, but I don't think Theory's running. So you could try and bundle him towards force him towards the world title, but I don't know, something seems wrong at the moment. Doesn't seem like he's found his feet. So I would probably keep the mid-card belt on him, and I would give him some really good feuds, really good opponents, give him plenty of talking time. I would be putting my best minds behind the scenes, my best creative minds, my best producers. I would be saying, I want this guy involved in the matches of the night, right? I don't care what match you have to construct. I don't care how much learning he's got to do. I want him in the match of the night. I mean, look at what you can do for flipping Logan Paul with the spots that you put in his matches and the way that people react to that, right? Why is it that WWE have got the ability to make Logan look like $1 million, but they can't seem to do it for Austin Theory, right? Why is it that the level of work they put into Logan's matches doesn't seem to go into Austin Theory's matches. Austin Theory's not, jumping off the top turnbuckle with a phone in his hands and splashing like celebrities dressed up as, mascots or whatever. Or you were not getting those like royal, that spot with Ricochet and Logan in the Rumble where they went off the ropes, collided midair. That, I could be wrong, but that doesn't strike me as being a Logan idea. I don't think Logan would have come forward and said, I think he would have said, I want to do something that goes viral. I want to do something that grabs attention. I think he would have said that, but I don't think he would have said, how about I springboard off the one side and someone else springboards off the... I don't think he would have come up with that exact spot. I think that spot has been come up with maybe by Ricochet. Ricochet could have come up with it and said, well, I'll tell you what, how about we do this? And I just don't see Theory getting that sort of support. I don't see Theory getting that support. And I understand you're not going to want to give these cool moments to the heels. But again, Logan is a heel and he is getting these cool moments. But not only that, why don't you just give them to his opponent then? Like, even if his opponent gets these cool moments, then at least the match benefits, which ultimately means that Theory benefits. Yeah, I don't understand this lack of creativity. I don't understand. In fact, that's it, isn't it? That's it in a nutshell. That is it. Lack of creativity. Where is the creative promos? Where are the creative moments? Where are the engaging matches? Why is he so stale? WWE, and I'm looking at you because it's your fault, right? You can help the celebrities, but you can't help your own. So, will he lose his title soon? I think he will because he's had it a long time. But actually, I don't think he should because I think all of that stuff that I've just said is stuff that needs work. So, and if you take it off him, the only thing you can do next is ram him towards a world title, which doesn't feel right. So, I think he will lose it soon because he's had it a long time, but I wouldn't take it off him. Jake said I would give it Bray. He would benefit. You're talking about the Intercontinental title, aren't you, bud? Yeah, obviously, big rumor that Bray's coming back. I don't think he'll go after the Intercontinental, but big rumor that he should be on his way back for SummerSlam. John, shout out to you, said 3 years. Jeez. John, hope you're well, buds. 3 years, that is amazing. 36 months of support. Really appreciate it, dude. Jay Uso is winning at SummerSlam, says John. Yeah, it's not the direction that I would go. I know there's plenty of people that want him to do it. Could he do it from a storyline point of view? Potentially. Yeah, potentially. It's not the direction I would personally go, only because I just don't think he's main event talent. I don't think he's big enough. I don't think his promos are fine, but he's considerably smaller than Roman. He's also one half of the Usos. He's not someone that I see us investing in as a solo star going forwards. I think he will always be the Usos. I think the Usos will always be together. Whether they'll do a little match between them like we got Jeff and Matt at some point, we could do, and that would be good. But I expect them to get back together not long afterwards, if I'm being honest. I think they would only do that match for the sake of doing that match. I don't know. It's been so long that they've been in WWE, and as a result, age-wise, they are getting on a little bit. I can't see Jay being the face of the company. I think that's what it comes down to. I can't see him being a long-term solo guy. Can't see him being the face of the company. And for those reasons, that's why I don't think we go with him. I think they go with Roman still, because I think the person that beats Roman is someone that has to be the face of the company, because they're going to get such a push. The push is going to be huge, and there's going to be serious money in that push as well. And that person has to be Cody. that Cody just seems to be the person to do it. Now, could you go with Jay and then take the title off him quite quickly afterwards? You could do. I mean, from a storyline point of view, it would work. You could definitely go in that direction. So this is why I'm not saying that it's impossible or it would be completely the wrong thing to do. Like, I don't feel like that at all. I just think that, as I said, I think the person that's going to do it should be the one that is going to be the next face, and I don't think that's Jay. But Jay could win, and then what you could do is, so he is the tribal chief, the new tribal chief, all that kind of stuff, and then he ends up losing it, a month or so later. But my only problem with that would be, like, just kind of then would feel a little bit of a shame that big push has gone already. Because I just can't see Jay being a solo star. I just can't see him being someone that's going to stay solo, become the face of the company, or any of that. I just can't see that. Maybe that's a fault I've got, though. Perhaps I'm just completely not looking at it the right way. Don't know. One for you lot to get your teeth into. Could Jay be the one? Will he be the one? John thinks so. Aaron said, I think Cena was wrong. He should have helped him. Aaron, shout out to you, bud. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think that he should have helped him. I heard that he spoke to Theory backstage and said something along the lines of, the best, most memorable promos and interactions are the ones that are based on like some sort of a truth, some sort of a reality. And I think he did run with what he genuinely sees being wrong. And you don't know. I think it was along the lines, wasn't it, of like you don't know who you are yet. You haven't found yourself yet, kind of a situation. And you're fake and blah blah blah. And so he went with that, because the only thing I will say to Cena, or what I will give Cena praise for this on, is that Cena's side of it was really good. What Cena was saying, there was one bit which didn't seem to make a great deal of sense. It didn't make much sense to me, and I know a few people online questioned it. And that was when Cena was like, look, I'm gonna beat you, and even if you beat me, you still won't win, because they will remember, or something along these lines, like talking about the fans. And I was like, I don't understand what he's on about. I don't get what he's on about here. So yeah, that was the only part of what he had said that was a bit, what? But the rest of it, where he was saying, you don't know who you are, you're not being real, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff was like fascinating, interesting, gripping, shots fired. And so I think what he says is fine. I completely agree with Aaron, though, in the sense of what Cena should have done behind the scenes is ensure, right, that Theory had a comeback, had something to come back with. And if Theory hasn't got the ability to think of that himself, Cena then should have thought of it for him and given it to him and said, look, this is your response, right? Because whatever Theory came back with, I don't even remember what it was, because it was so ineffective, it didn't land. Now, maybe Cena did help him try and come back with something, and maybe that was the ineffective thing and it just didn't work. And the most impactful thing was what Cena said. But I didn't see anyone online saying that it was anything other than a murder, right? I didn't see anyone telling me that it was, 50-50 or who do you think won that? Like, the reaction was Cena has just killed this guy. Verbally, he has just murdered this guy. So I think that Cena does need to take some flack for that, but I think WWE needs to take flack as well. I think everyone can have flack. Literally, there's no one that can't have flack here, because WWE should have looked at it and checked it in advance and gone, hang on, John, sorry, you're murdering this guy, and he's kind of a big prospect, so we need a comeback here. We need something that's as good, if not better, than what you've said to him, right? So the producer of the segment could have waved a flag. Cena could have waved a flag. Theory should have had the ability to have come up with something, right? And unless that script was looked at and deemed acceptable, and there was nothing Theory could do, right? Theory might have even said, I'm getting murdered here, I've got to say something different. And they might have said, no, we want you to say this. There's not much he can do then, right? I'll let Theory off if that's what's happened. But I can't believe that's what's happened. I can't believe that there was no way that he could have said something better if he'd have thought of it. So I think Theory has to take, and until I'm told otherwise, Theory has to take a bit of blame on it. Cena has to take a bit of blame on it. WWE have to take a bit of blame on it. Because honestly, this title reign has felt really flat. And that was such a big moment for him. And I can only look back and say they dropped the ball. I can only look back and say they did not maximize that moment. They made Cena look good, but they didn't make Theory look good at all. Not in the match, not in the promo exchanges, not in the builds, not in the aftermath. Absolutely no part of it has made Theory look good. So, yeah, WWE for me definitely dropping the ball there. But I agree with you. I think Cena should have helped him. I agree, Aaron. I agree. Riley said, I've got high hopes for tonight after a lackluster SmackDown. Do you know what? I can't even remember SmackDown, if I'm going to be brutally honest. Not because it was lackluster, but just because quite a bit has happened since. So, obviously, we had, oh my God, the longest UFC. That UFC... God. It was long. It was a problem. Let's put it that way. You had not, you know, I was even saying on the stream, someone said to me, how can you sit and watch 6 hours or 7 hours of UFC, but when it comes to watching, say, 4 hours of AEW, like a pay-per-view, like, oh, that all of a sudden that's a problem, right? And it was a great point that someone had made. And I had a response. And my response was, well, first of all, if you take the main card of AEW, that's about 4 hours, okay? But if you only take the main card of UFC, it's about 2.5 hours to 3 hours, right? The main card itself actually doesn't go beyond 3 hours. It's the prelims and the early prelims added onto it that make it 7 hours, right? So it would be like watching the pre-show for AEW and then them doing a pre-show to the pre-show, right? And making it 7 hours long. If you want to really get into the minutia, the main cards tends to be about 2.5 to 3 hours compared to AEW that's 4 hours, right? But I went a little further because what I said was with AEW, you tend to get match after match after match. And for their pay-per-views, there's no break. It's just match. And once that ends, next match. Once that ends, next match. There's no like breathing room. With UFC, what you get throughout the night is you will get early finishes. So, you know, a fight can be over in 30 seconds, can be over in a minute, can be over in the first round. Granted, can go up the distance, but by and large, they'll be over. You know, you'll get a mixture. Say you get 12 fights, half of them go the distance, the other half will be finished at some point. Plenty of just chatting, plenty of video packages, plenty of, you know, not watching intense action, right? There's plenty of breaks throughout the broadcast, which just make things feel fresh, easy to watch, right? Because once it's time for, right, here we go, ring walks, let's go, right? And then you watch it and then, oh, you settle down again, pundits are talking, commentators are talking, video packages being shown, someone's going in a Hall of Fame, whatever it might be, right? And so then you've got a little bit of a break. Oh my God. On Saturday, we had 15 fights. The vast majority went the distance. And it was just fight after fight after fight after fight. It reminded me a lot of an AEW pay-per-view. I was gone, man. I was so shattered. It was like, if that was going to be the norm, we would not do UFC anymore, right? I wouldn't do UFC anymore because it was exhausting to the point where I was struggling with it. It was a real hard stream to do on Saturday. And the card wasn't even that great. The show wasn't even that great. You know, you get to like some of the big names like Molly and Tom Aspinall, and their fights ended super quick. Super quick, their fight was over. Like both of them, I think, done in the first round. So you're going through all these long fights of people that just, you know, they've got no name value, no brand value. There's no excitement other than what's happening in the fight. And a lot of them were quite dull. And then when you actually get to the people that have got some name value, first round finishes. You go, oh my God. Oh my God. It was long, man. It was hard. It was a slog. So yeah, I'm definitely hoping that this weekend we're doing Crawford against Spence. Definitely hoping that that's going to be a more enjoyable experience. Let's put it that way. But a shout out to everyone that's joined us on Saturday. And if you are watching Crawford Spence, swing by because we are going to be doing the live watch along for that. I've already set it up. It's on the channel. Leave a like on it if you haven't already, because definitely want to get that to like 1,000 likes. Should be a big fight, big stream. Should be a lot of fun, man. Should be a lot of fun. I'm so excited for that fight. Been waiting for it for years. Didn't know if we would ever get it because it's been rumored and it even got made and then cancelled. And now it's actually happening, and it's this Saturday, and it is a mega fight. Mega fight. So yeah, looking forward to that on Saturday. Charlie said, I would love a real end of an era where Cena takes on Edge at Mania and they both walk off in the sunset. I added sunset. I think you mean sunset. Yeah. The only thing I would say about that is I'm a big believer in you losing your last match to put over a younger talent. There's a sort of a tradition with wrestling, which is that you lose your last match because it's your last way to kind of give back. You give back to someone that can then benefit from it, get a bit of a boost from it. We don't always see that, though. I mean, obviously, Undertaker's last match is him winning a Boneyard match against AJ, which I must admit, as a big Undertaker fan, that is something that does niggle at me, if I'm being honest. I really think Undertaker should have lost that match. I think he should have lost that match. I think actually the Boneyard match with Undertaker being buried at the end by AJ would have massively benefited a heel AJ. Undertaker didn't need the win. What Undertaker needed was for that match to be a good match. He needed a good performance. I don't even think he was bothered about losing because he lost to Roman at WrestleMania 33, and that's when we thought he was going to retire. And, you know, very dramatic ending to WrestleMania 33. And actually, he was retiring. He was retiring, leaving the hat and the coat in the ring with the boots and all that stuff. I don't think he left his boots, actually, but he left his hat and his coat. Went over to Michelle, you know, and we hadn't seen Undertaker, the character, kind of being that way, going over to his family. And then, you know, obviously throwing his arm in the air as he goes down. It was very emotional and everything, but he lost to Roman. And what you learn from the documentary is that he was not happy with the performance, hence why he came back to find a better final performance. He wasn't worried about losing. The losing wasn't the problem. It was the performance. It was the fact that that match was trash. And then he spends, you know, the next however long trying to find a better way to go, performance to put in. And I mean, we get the Goldberg match and all this stuff, and it's just awful. It's just bad. And then we get the obviously the Boneyard match, which allows him to do a match where he can say goodbye, but in a edited way, in a controlled environment, in a way where they can keep having breaks, coffees, snacks, breathers, and then get back to the action, because it was all cinematic and edited. And that is a much better way for him to go. And so the performance was there because they could edit it and make the performance there. But I do think he should have lost. Him riding off into the distance, it's a nice visual. It's fine. But I do think he should have lost his last match. I think AJ would have really, really benefited from it, rather than being literally buried, which he was. I know people say that such and such was buried. Well, AJ literally was. Rather than us doing that to AJ, I think it would have been better if Undertaker had won. So if AJ had won, so historically, you would want you'd want to see those legends give him back, like Flair did. Flair, lost to Shawn, which Shawn was only around for another couple of years after that, and I don't know how much Shawn really benefited from that. In all fairness, because Shawn had already made his name. So, it's not the way that it always goes. But historically, that's what you would do, is you would lose your last match, give back. So when you go, someone can benefit. So having two legends face each other and one of the legends win and then both guys go in, it's not the kind of thing that I would look towards for a final match. Just because no one really benefits, other than maybe you could say the fans that just enjoy a nice little farewell, whatever. But I'm always looking at like who benefits. So like, this is why for me the streak had to end. Undertaker's streak had to end. I completely disagree with those that say it should have gone on forever. No, it was an achievement for someone to end the streak. Someone could have benefited, and someone did. Brock did. You're rewriting history if you think Brock didn't benefit from ending the streak. He did. Because if he didn't, why did he go in as such a big underdog? Why was it a surprise that Brock won? Because no one was expecting it. Hence why everyone was shocked. So he was not expected to end the streak. And he had actually been losing some matches going up to that point as well. He was not this destructive force that he became. And in fact, John Cena, this is where Cena got something right here. Cena said to Brock, you've just ended the streak. What you need to do now is you need to hammer home just how amazing you are. Hence why Brock destroyed Cena at SummerSlam that year. And it was Cena's idea. Cena said, you need to destroy me. We need to capitalize on you ending the streak. So Cena had the knowledge to look at it and go, I know what you need. I know what WWE need. They have got to capitalize on you ending the streak. And how we can do that is by you now destroying me. And so he did. He destroyed him at SummerSlam. But, I mean, I'll give props to Cena on that one. That's Cena thinking big picture. If that was Hogan, Hogan probably would have wanted to have won that match and just completely buried Brock's achievement. But not Cena. Cena was great in that example. He was great in that example, allowing Brock to capitalize. So, yeah, I think that those kind of things, like whoever beats Roman will benefit. Whoever beats Gunther will benefit. Whoever ends the Undertaker streak benefited. And I just sort of think, like, when people come to retire, that's another example of a youngster, an up-and-coming talent that can get a bit of a push, that can benefit, that can gloat about it. But as we say, you don't always have to go in that direction. And there's plenty of examples in the past where we haven't always gone in that direction. Okay, Judgment Day are in the ring, so we're going over to the show. Right, I wanted to jump in because I think was there a super chat that just came in? Yes. Matt Mitchell, shout out to you two. I will get to your super chats in a second. Let's just see what the Judgment Day is saying. There's no Dirty Dom. So we've got Rhea, we've got Damien, we've got Finn. No sign of Dirty Dominic. Unless they're going to bring him out separately as because he won that championship. Perhaps he's getting his own intro. We don't only run Monday. We run all of the WWE, says Rhea. Yeah, I'm thinking Dirty Dom's going to get his own intro here, isn't he? Unless there's like been an injury that I've not heard about. So, send your money in the bank. Rhea Ripley, Finn Balor, all in the ring right now. How about when Bray returns, Howdy shows up, transforms into the Fiend, says Peter. I think they need to do some explaining about the relationship between Bray and Howdy, because I still don't know what that relationship is. I think rather than going, how about this person turns into the Fiend, or how about we do, I think what we need to do is we need to establish the relationship first. What is Howdy? Where did he come from? What is he? I need an answer to that. Rather than just going, right, this guy's here now. Let's just accept it. Well, no. What? Why? Why was he not here before? Where's he come from? Has he always been a part of Bray's world? Does Bray follow him? Does he follow Bray? Does neither person follow each other? How long has he been around for? Like that needs explaining. I think then once we know the relationship, then we can know, you know, if Howdy becomes the Fiend. I'm under the impression that the Fiend was Bray's darkness that he learnt to control. So why would Howdy turn into the Fiend? Why would Howdy turn into Bray's darkness? Without knowing the relationship, I couldn't answer that question. Okay, so Rhea is introducing Dirty Dom. So we saw him winning that title. Dirty Dominic getting his intro. So loud boos for Dirty Dom, as always, as he's given his own intro. He comes out with a big smile on his face, and he's got the North American Championship, which he won on NXT on Tuesday. They have said that Dominic and Rhea are going to kickstart the show tomorrow, and they're kickstarting the show today as well. So he's making his way down. Big smile on Rhea's face. Mitchell said, knock, knock. Who's there? Alpaca. Alpaca who? Alpaca the trunk. You pack the suitcase. Just awful. Can't even fake laugh. It's horrific. It's horrific. I'm laughing at how horrific it is. Okay, Dirty Dom in the ring. There's a sign that says Diarrhea Ripley. Oh, that's good. That's good. Diarrhea Ripley. That's good. I'm more into the Diarrhea Ripley sign, to be honest. Okay, so now we're seeing a video package on Dominic since he's been in the Judgment Day. Okay, so 5 minutes in, we haven't really had anything yet, to be honest. We've just had Judgment Day bring out Dominic. I feel like that's a moment more for the live crowd than it is for us. We all know what Dominic looks like. And now we're just seeing a video package on Dominic since he's been in Judgment Day. Okay, we're going back as Rhea and Dominic are smiling. Rhea's got her arm around Dominic's shoulder. Crowd, of course, continuing to boo. There's a sign that said, I paused my game to be here. Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens is making his way down. Owens' music hits. Sammy comes out as well. Normally they have Kevin Owens come out first and then Sammy come out after. Looks like they've got them both coming out at the same time to Owens' music. Okay, they're both in the entranceway. KO chance. It's really slow, isn't it? It's really slow. Hot crowd, though. I mean, the crowd are enjoying it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure we did this last week. Yeah. The one with the mullet. So KO is saying, didn't we do this last week? The one with the mullet, he tried to talk last week and no one was listening. What's upsetting Kevin? Let's find out. When you teach people a lesson and they don't learn. No one cares about what you've got to say, ever. You want to help this business, the best thing you can do is shut your mouth forever. It's good advice. Dominic said, I will not be disrespected. I'm a champion now. You are being disrespected. But that's only because no one here respects you. Okay. What if you went one-on-one? So Sammy said, what if you go one-on-one with one half of our team tonight? So Dominic against Sammy in Tampa tonight. Tampa seemed pretty excited about that. So he wants the North American belt on the line. If you're a fighting champ, yeah, put your championship on the line. So Sammy wants a shot at the North American Championship. Reminder, this is the NXT mid-card belt that's currently being passed around Raw. Okay, so it's been accepted by Rhea. So Rhea accepts that challenge on Dominic's behalf. Well, at least we got somewhere. But still not slower than a Roman entrance, said Ray. I love Sammy and Kevin, said Applauser. Okay, so that's a match that we've got coming up tonight we didn't know about. Dominic against Sammy for the NXT North American Championship. Logan Paul is in the house. Not my house. I wouldn't let him in. Is in the WWE house. Liv. What's Liv doing? Rhea Ripley. Is it Liv against Rhea tonight? Liv Rhea. Oh, it is? Liv Morgan against Rhea Ripley. Drew McIntyre. They're putting logos on screen. And the Ring General. They're going to be face-to-face tonight. Yeah, that's a quirky little thing. They've started to put logos on screen when they're talking about the superstars. I like it. Just strengthens the brand, their brand a little. They don't do it when they're saying they're going face-to-face or they're going to have a match. Here's Big Time. Da 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 da. Okay, so Becky against Zoey Stark coming up next. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Cody, change your catchphrase sign. Oh yeah, the tattoo stipulation. It's nuts and it's next, says Corey. Right, Matt said, I know UFC fans like violence and football fans like drama. What do cricket fans like? And is there a common personality trait amongst its supporters? What do cricket fans like? They like skill. They like drama. They like entertainment. They're not really, violence doesn't really come into it, but there is heavy banter. You wouldn't expect it at the cricket. You'd think cricket. When you think cricket, you probably think of just people sat silently watching, gentle applause, cucumber sandwiches. It's not that. It's not that. There was the Australian captain. He was involved in a scandal and got found out and was upset on TV because he was suspended from the game for about 12 months. What they were doing, the Australians, they got a bit of sandpaper and they were like scratching the ball to make it rough with the sandpaper. You're not allowed to do that, right? You can polish the ball to make it shiny, but you can't get sandpaper or like things like that to scratch the ball up, right? And they were found to be doing that. It was a massive scandal, massive deal. And he was the captain. And so he was upset because he was banned from the game for, I think it was like 12 months. And the other day at the cricket, the whole crowd were chanting, "We saw you cry on the telly," to him. He was stood right by the stands, and all the fans are like, "We saw you cry on the telly, cry on the telly. We saw you cry on the telly, cry on the telly. We saw you cry on the telly." You wouldn't think that with cricket, would you? You wouldn't think that was in the spirit of the game. But yeah, there's a lot of fun. There's a lot of banter. There's I mean, like when a player is smacking sixes and the ball's just flying out the ground, or even if they're getting fours and it's going on along the ground, getting to the boundary, you know, they're kind of big moments that get cheered. When batters get a 50, that gets cheered. When they get 100, gets cheered even louder. If there's a wicket, if your team is the bowling team and you get someone out, that's a massive cheer, massive eruption. There's constantly things in the game that keep you engaged. So yeah, of course you can get slow moments, but oh god, this current series has just been amazing. It's just been drama and action pretty much all the time. Something's been happening. So yeah, I don't know if I don't think there's just one trait that cricket fans share. Just like I don't know that there's necessarily just one trait that, you know, football fans share. I mean, not all football fans are into or what did you say? UFC fans like violence, football fans like drama. Well, I suppose that's true. I don't know if all UFC fans like, do they like violence? There's some that are in for the skill. I think with cricket, it's the entertainment. It's the banter. But it is skill as well. I mean, there's real skill in cricket. And, you know, they talk a lot about like certain bowlers that can spin the ball. There's this one amazing ball. We are coming back from commercial break. There's this one ball that bounces over here and shoots back in. And it bounced and shot in and it got a wicket. And it's amazing to look at. It doesn't look possible. But it's a bit like, do you remember Roberto Carlos when he bent the ball out and it came back in again in football? That was amazing free kick. This ball of the century, it shouldn't work, but it did. And it was real skill. And 30 years later, it's still spoken about. So there's you know, that's just one example. There's real skill in cricket, and cricket fans appreciate that as much as everyone. Mitchell said Cody will now change his phrase to "What do you want to chalk about?" and a chalkboard, and that will accompany his promos. What do you want to chalk about? That's good. I like that. Old school blackboard. That's what he needs. I don't think they're a thing anymore, but when I was at school, you used to have a blackboard with chalk. I think now it's like whiteboards and pens, isn't it? I think blackboards and chalk are a thing of the past. Cody Rhodes could bring it back, and then they could sell little chalkboards with chalk at the shows, rather than 100-odd pound weight belts. Little blackboards. I'd love a little blackboard, actually. Proper old school one that you had at school. One that you could rotate round. I don't know. Some kids might not have a clue. The way that a blackboard worked at my school was that you had the one side, and then the teachers could pull it down, and it would like the bit that had just been written on would end up going around the back because it was like a fabric. It would go around the back, and then a new clean side would be on would appear. And if you wanted to get rid of what you had just written, you'd just get an eraser and basically rub it off. But as I said, I think that's back in the day, isn't it? I think it's all whiteboards now. Shot by Becky. Corey Falls said, do you want Jay or Roman to win? Who do I want to win? Who do I want to win? That's an interesting question. I think Roman will win. Who do I want to win? I think I want Roman. I think I want Roman to win. I think, as I said earlier, I think for me, Jay is not the next face of the company. He doesn't feel to me to be the right person. He doesn't feel to me to be... I think he could get it. He could be the one that beats Roman, but if he is the one that beats Roman, I think he is only doing it because of the story, not because of him. I think he's doing it because of the story. And I would rather invest in someone because of them rather than because it's right for the story. So I will say Roman. To be honest, listen, if you're not going to give it Sammy, then I really don't think you should give it Jay, because Sammy did a lot more in the bloodline than what Jay has. Jay has been a big part of the bloodline, don't get me wrong, but if you're going to talk about the most entertaining things that have happened in the bloodline, I don't think you're going to talk about Jay's contributions. I think you're going to be talking about Sammy and the honorary Uce shirt, and you're going to be talking about when he made Jay laugh with the whole Uce stuff. You know, you're going to be talking about maybe when Sammy was backstage, like having his meetings with Roman. Do you remember when Roman said, "Do me a favor, I need you to deal with Drew just before Clash"? And Sammy was like, "Yeah, I can do that. I'm the master manipulator. I can get in his head, do a little dance." And again, you know, that made Jay burst out laughing as well. Even Roman had a little giggle. And then, of course, you know, we would see them like at the house shows, you know, be trying to make Solo break down and crack and whatever. I thought that, you know, Sammy is someone that's been on the main roster a long, long time. He's someone that's never really been given an opportunity at like a world title. He's someone that was a former NXT champion, and absolutely you could see being at that level. I mean, to me, he's as good as Kevin Owens, and Kevin Owens has had world title opportunities. But for some reason, Sammy was just never quite getting there. And I can't tell you why. And Sammy has obviously done a lot in his career, and it was brilliant to see that he was finally being given the ball. But, you know, it wasn't to be, was it? It wasn't to be that Sammy couldn't get the job done. And, okay, you know, I've accepted it. I've moved on. But if you ain't going to give it Sammy, I don't know why you're going to give it Jay, other than for the story, other than because you want the story to play out and that Jay's the next tribal chief and all that stuff. So I think for that reason, I would say that I would just stick with Roman, keep going with Roman until we get to WrestleMania 40, where we can do Cody being the one to do it. And I think, you know, think about that moment where Cody has finally done what his dad couldn't. And he's finally got that title. And I just keep thinking about that moment where he'll have it in his hands and he'll look up to Dusty. And you know that moment will happen. You know the tear will be running down Cody's face. And he'll be looking up at his dad. And, you know, finishing that part of the story, if you will. The story never ends, of course. But that chapter, what he said that he was going to do from a young age when his dad couldn't do it. And he said to himself, "I'll do it." Whew, it's going to hit, man. It's going to hit. And you can still have that moment, even if Jay wins. But I think that moment with the added weight of Roman finally losing and Cody being the one that's done it, I just think that to me seems like where we are now. That seems to be the direction I would be looking at. Right, we've been at a few commercial breaks here, and we are back to the action. The graphic we've got on screen said if Becky wins, she gets a rematch with Trish. It doesn't say if she loses, she has to get that tattoo, and that for me is something that we should be focusing on. I mean, it's so obvious that Becky's winning this match. It's a shame that we're not more focused on what happens if she loses. Because her having to get a "thank you, Trish" tattooed across her chest is quite an interesting stipulation, isn't it, really? Becky chants as we are well underway with this match. Zoey in the ring. King Chris says, "Howdy, y'all." King Chris, shout out to you, buds. Howdy. We've got Zoey on the outside. Uppercut, forearm strike, kick to the midsection. Becky climbing up, Zoey in between the ropes. She went for that leg drop, but Zoey moved out the way. Drop kick to the legs of Zoey as Zoey goes to the outside. Becky jumping down. Down goes Zoey. Becky grabbing Zoey, chucking her in the ring. Trish coming over, grabbing Becky. Don't know if that was a headbutt or a forearm strike, but Trish getting involved. Super kick by Zoey. Becky goes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Big Time. Kick out by Big Time. So we are seeing outside interference there by Trish, but still didn't allow Zoey to get the win. I just saw a replay of it. It was a bit of a headbutt there by Trish. Lovely Bexploder by Big Time. Becky charging over as Zoey moves out the way. Top rope enziguri there by Zoey. Zoey climbing up. Zoey climbing up, but Becky coming over, throwing in a big right hand. Zoey is perched on the top rope. So Becky looking for a superplex in the corner. Superplex there by Bex into a armbar. Zoey in, she's in a whole world of trouble here, but she manages to roll at Becky. Shoulders aren't down. Zoey planting Becky. Powerbomb looking for the cover. 2. Shoulder up by Big Time. Shoulder up by Big Time. Bang. Look at that. Becky chance breaking out. Riley said if Cody does beat Roman, I think we get a shot of him celebrating and Dusty's music playing. That'd be kind of cool if they did at some point just play a bit of Dusty's music. I've said as well, like, I think it'd be really cool if his image was shown on screen. I agree with you. I think there needs to be something Dusty there. I think WWE putting Dusty's image on the screen in that moment would be very poignant. Very poignant. Or, as you say, playing Dusty's music. Becky in the middle here, helping Zoey go to the outside. Bex goes over. She gets hung on that top rope. Zoey popping up. Looking to springboards. Bex catches her. Manhandles. 1, 2, 3. So Becky gets the win. She had like the disarmer applied. Trish again trying to get involved, but a manhandle slam wins it for Big Time, which means that Big Time is going to be getting her rematch with Trish. So Becky wins our opening contest. Whoa, 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 whoa. So she just springboarded straight into that manhandle. Silly Billy. And there's Trish. On the outside. Gutted. She didn't want that rematch. Shaking her head. Can't believe it. Beat her, Becky! That kid just yelled, beat her, Becky! The man, Becky Lynch. There's a sign that said wrestling is great. Da, 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 da. Okay, so we've gone back to the commentators. Last week wasn't the homecoming, so we are just looking at a replay of the Cody segment from last week. Lou LFC said, Days, who do you see beating Roman and Seth? Roman, I'm going to go with Cody. Seth, I think there's a chance that it could be Finn. If it's not Finn, then we could be looking at Damian cashing in. So, you know, they're sniffing around at the moment, aren't they? I don't know that Seth's going to have this belt for a long time, just because there's so many people that have been starved of being a world champion because of Roman's historic title reign. It means that, you know, you've got people like Kevin Owens, AJ Styles, you know, a new talent that's coming up as well that have not had an opportunity to win a world title for a long, long time. So that's why I don't think this belt will be with Seth for ages and ages. I think that he will drop it relatively soon. I think certainly this year. And, you know, at the moment, maybe SummerSlam. Maybe he does lose it. I mean, we've said, you know, you could definitely give Finn a run with the belt. And obviously, Damien's got the money in the bank. And then you could really mine that, you know, because at the moment, they're on the, you know, on the same page. Everything seems all right. They've, Judgment Day have made it quite clear. Like, you all thought that this was going to, you know, we were going to struggle. We were going to implode. So the fact that we've been planting those seeds makes me think we're definitely paying off on that. So I think that Seth could lose to Finn, and then we have a good few months of Finn being champion and Damien coming down to the ring with his briefcase, just, you know, looking at Finn, maybe applauding, but Finn looking like, is he going to cash in on me? I think there's definitely something to get from a Finn being champion, Damien cashing in angle. So yeah, a bit boring, but I'll say Cody and Finn are the two that I think will beat Roman and Seth. Corey Falls said we need more toy hunts. Yeah, well, more will occur. We have spoke about doing more. I spoke to people at Wrestling Shop Live that wanted more. I was actually debating whether to go and do one yesterday, but I ended up going the cricket instead. Well, I went the cricket. I didn't see any cricket. But yeah, I was debating doing one yesterday, so it's right there. It's in my mind. 1 week from Saturday. I should get that stream set up, actually. I've set up Crawford Spence, as I said, the boxing on for this Saturday. But it's a no-brainer what we're doing the Saturday, a week Saturday, and that is SummerSlam. So we'll be all over SummerSlam. This is Tribal Combat. This is kind of a fun Tribal Combat. I like the SummerSlam graphics. They've got like a car, and then they've got the names of the competitors on the side of the vehicle. So it looks cool. I like that. I like the graphics there. Very good. Well done, everyone. Well done. Undercover Manager said, I think the same old gimmicks are always recycled. Greggy said, Days, have you seen a new premium live event themed after a wrestler like Rock Bottom back in the day? What, like a new one? No. I think the shows are the only way that you would do that would be for Roman. Like it would have to be for like the undisputed face of the company. I think there's only one person that you would do it for right now, and that's Roman. And I think you would do it as some sort of celebration. So, for example, if Roman's 1,000 days were not going to coincide with Night of Champions, but were actually going to coincide with the B show in America, maybe we could have done something there to have like celebrated that. Like, you know, done like a tribal something, or you know, if him and Jay was going to be main event in a B show and we wanted to name it after you know, Roman and Jay and that encounter, we could have done that, but we haven't done that. We haven't been doing anything like that. So, and Roman's the only one that I could see us doing that for. Will it never happen again? Oh, I can't say that, can I? I can't say it'll never happen again. I mean, I would actually say I bet it will happen one day that a B show will be named after a wrestler. But certainly it's not happened for Roman, and he's the most likely candidate to get one named after him. So no. Certainly can't see it being something that we do anytime soon. Sad day football with the passing of Trevor Francis, says James. Yes, agreed. Sinan said, hope you are good. What are your thoughts on Bray pitching to return during one of the triple main events at SummerSlam? I don't know if he was pitching it or if WWE was pitching it, or... I mean, all I'll say is that they've got a plan, which I think is really good news. So, rather than, I think, focusing on what match is coming back in, all that kind of stuff, which you can definitely do, I think the fact that they've got a creative idea, the fact that if they're going to do that, it's because they know who they want him to feud with, and they know what they want to do going forward. That's a positive, right? That's a good thing. You're not going to have him involved in one of those matches if he ain't going to feud with someone. So that would suggest to me that we've got an idea of what we want to do with him when he gets back, which is good. So yeah, I think that's positive. Official theme of Raw is Vo Williams. Looks like Reggie. Reggie has got the official theme of Raw. Who the hell is Vo Williams? Who the hell's called Vo? That guy. Woo! Yeah! Vo! Okay, Cody is coming out now. Wrestling has got one royal family. The Khans. Adrenaline is on. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see Cody's music hit, but Brock come out dressed as Cody with a fake pharaoh. I don't know why. It would tickle me. Whoa. Okay, so Cody making his way down to the ring. He's going to respond to Brock. Now, their match is believed to have a stipulation that's going to be attached to it. We haven't had any announcement of a stipulation, so I'm thinking that's probably what we're going to get here. Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes. Kingdom. So, stipulation potentially on the way. Brock with a fake tattoo of Cody's, but he is his entire face like Sting, says Quail Man. Quail Man. Doug. I was trying to think who Quail Man was. It's Doug. Paul said, days a little late. Wouldn't miss it for nothing. Hello to the community. I hope everyone is well. Paul, shout out to you, buds. Something, Cody Rhodes is here, said Stuttering Steve. Shout out to people on TikTok as well. We're on 14,000 likes over on TikTok. Record is 47,000. I'm gonna help boost it a little bit. Shh, boosty. Doing a little bit of the old boosty. Cody. Right. So, what do you want to talk about? Right, let's see what Cody's got to say. He should have a talk show, shouldn't he? Cody Rhodes' What Do You Want to Talk About segment. He wants to see everyone here tonight. He's going to take a second to have a little look at everyone tonight. There's a sign that says, hard times. Tell you what, good crowd, man. Really hot crowd tonight. We've all seen the clip. Brock beat me up. Brock beat me up with the chair. Brock Lesnar beat me up with a chair in front of my mother. Sucks to be you, doesn't it? Am I surprised? No. Colour me impressed. See the Riddler. Brock Lesnar. Mr. SummerSlam? Brock might as well be called Mr. SummerSlam? Mr. SummerSlam? Do you know who wasn't impressed? Is it your mum? It was your mum, wasn't it? My mother. She wasn't impressed. She wasn't impressed with Brock's antics last week. The same lady that saw Terry Funk throw fireballs at my dad's face. So Cody says he was impressed. But Brock made a mistake. You made a mistake. You left me breathing. I mean, I don't think Brock's a murderer. I don't want to go to SummerSlam just to win. I want to go to SummerSlam to embarrass you. Oh my God, here we go. Evening gown match. Evening gown match. Let's go. Let's go. He wants to embarrass Brock. He said he's not poking the bear. He's slapping the bear across the face and saying, come and get it. I'd just leave the bear alone, to be honest. I don't want to just beat you. I don't want to just beat you. Yeah. I want to beat you because it's what you deserve. I don't want to beat you because you broke my arm. I want to beat you because it's what you deserve. At SummerSlam, I end this. Oh, he did a lovely little flip of his microphone. At SummerSlam, I end this. Channeling in my soul. I mean, little bit of I don't know. I feel like we're spinning our wheels a little bit tonight in 45 minutes. So far, we've had Judgment Day come out, set up a match with Sammy, right? Which I don't expect Sammy to win. I don't think Sammy's going to be the new North American champion. That's all right. But not much. You know, you easily could have just told us we were going to get that match with a graphic. Then Becky Zoey was okay. It was okay. But again, I think we knew what was going to happen. So there ain't no way Becky was getting a tattoo, right? And then we've just had Cody come out saying, I'm going to beat you at SummerSlam to Brock. And going, oh, okay. Yeah, it's been like 45 minutes of stuff, which, to be honest, I think you could have skipped. Logan says this ain't gonna work out a couple of weeks ago. He also said that he's not about moments. Oh. He's not about moments. He's about selling highly caffeinated drinks to children. That's what he's about. Right, we're backstage with Ricochet. Everything I want to say to Logan, I want to say to his face. But I didn't quite catch what he said. He said something like, am I meant to be scared of Logan because he's a YouTube star? I think he said something like that. I agree with him. I completely agree with him. I'm right there with you, Ricochet. Right. Sammy making his way out now, so it looks like we're getting the Sammy Dominic match. Mitchell said Cody's cutting a promo on Yogi Bear. Well, it's about time someone did. Yogi Bear's had it too easy for too long. Sammy has made his way down to the ring then. So Sammy and Dominic is going to be next. Rejoice. The world rejoices. Sami Zayn against Dominic Mysterio. I like the build for SummerSlam, says A.B. Jobson. Lawrence said, Days was WWE exclusive pay-per-views an amazing idea. Whose idea to do exclusive pay-per-views for Raw and SmackDown? What is your favorite brand pay-per-view? Mine is 2017's Elimination Chamber and Raw Extreme Rules, said Lawrence. Well, I mean, I think it was just Vince's idea. I'm not aware of it being like someone in particular. I think they wanted to really. Yeah, this is where I think fans have probably got a bit too stuck on the past. So there's been a few times where we have had a hard brand split to the point where, other than your WrestleManias, your SummerSlams, the brands would have their own pay-per-view shows, and you wouldn't mingle them. Like now, you get Raw and SmackDown on all the B shows as well. Whereas, go back a good few years, and there was one year where I think we had 24 pay-per-views, because every month you would have a Raw pay-per-view and you would have a SmackDown pay-per-view. I think WWE found it, I mean, personally, brilliant for me, because more content to talk about, more shows to watch, more predictions to do, and just more really of like everything, and more conversations to be had. So not that we struggle for things to talk about anyway, but yeah, I mean, I was into it. I can understand though that, again, I've said before, it should be quality over quantity, and I think WWE learned that just hammering out content doesn't necessarily get you ratings and views that you are looking for. If you give more of something, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get more views. What it might actually mean is that people start picking and choosing what they watch rather than watching everything. So I don't think it was deemed a success, just judging that off the fact that we're not doing it anymore. Like, we don't do it now. I couldn't say as to what my favorite branded show was, because, to be honest, we're so far past that now, and I can't really remember any of them standing out that much. It'd be an interesting one to go back to and have a look. But at the time when we were doing them, it was good for me, but I don't think it was something that worked. I think the hope was that by doing branded shows, you could dig into some of that lower talent and get them onto the pay-per-view and get them some more exposure and build up more stars. But to be honest, I just think that lower talent going on to the pay-per-views was just seen as lower talent. And so it meant that there was a good chunk of those shows that just weren't very exciting because the matches were absolutely Raw level matches and SmackDown level matches, but they were being put onto pay-per-view. So this is why I think a lot of those shows don't really stand out to me, because I don't think they were very good. If I'm going to be brutally honest, I don't think they were very good, because what you're getting now is you're getting the best of Raw and the best of SmackDown, and you're getting championships on the line. And if it's not for a championship, it's a story that's got a good build involving big names that were committing to that story. And so you're getting the best, basically. Whereas when we were doing the like the Raw had its own show and SmackDown had its own show, we were having to dig real deep, and we were having to go and use the whole rosters, and it was resulting in matches that were just SmackDown TV quality, Raw TV quality. So yeah, I can't say that they're amongst my favorite shows, but I don't dispute that there will be some of them that did manage to deliver good shows. I mean, there were good pay-per-views going back to like 2017, 2018. As I said, though, this is where I think people have got a bit stuck, because that was a hard brand split then. The brand split we've got now is not really that hard. Like, you do see, like, Dominic was over on SmackDown, and I saw people online complaining about it, saying like, oh, why is Dominic over on SmackDown? He's Raw superstar. Like, can't they just stick to the brand split? But the point is, why? How is it a problem? Why does it matter? Like, if you want to watch Dominic, you know that you're going to see him on Raw. If he pops up on SmackDown, it's just a bonus, an unwelcome bonus. But it's, you know, if it was a case that Dominic was on SmackDown one week, and then Raw the other week, and then SmackDown the next week or whatever, and you never quite knew where you was going to see him, then I would agree that the brand split is a complete waste of time. But the brand split just lets you know where you can find these competitors. If you want to watch Dominic, you will see him on a Monday. If you want to watch Roman, you will see him on a Friday. If you want to watch Von Wagner, at the moment is on NXT on a Tuesday. Like, you know where to find people because of the brand split. You know what show they're based on. That's what the brand split does now. If you know they're going to pop up on the other show, I just don't see it as a problem. I don't see it as a problem. But some people do. And I think the reason they do is because back in the day, that brand split was a lot harder. It was a lot more firm. And it's just not as firm now. Big boos for Dominic making his way down. Greggy said it's because Triple H made a big deal of the brand split. The dude can't stick to his own words. Well, to be honest, I can't remember what Triple H said. What did he say? Let me know what he said. Because I would argue that the brand split is a brand split, because it is we've got superstars where we know they're going to be. You know, if it was the case that the Usos were rocking up on a Monday and they weren't there on a Friday, or as I said, Dominic was on a Friday, he weren't there on a Monday, or whatever it was going to be, then you could look at it and go, yeah, you're right, it's a mess. But I mean, I think I don't know, was it like, maybe someone can tell me I'm wrong, but I think was it only Dominic and Rhea that moved over to SmackDown last week? Like, people getting upset at Dominic going over to SmackDown. It's like, what's the problem? I don't get it. I don't understand. So one, like, it once a week you get someone going to a different brand. Just don't get it. I don't get the problem. Not only that, but they're also on the show that they're meant to be on. So, like, you know, it's not like, if you want to see Dominic, you'll see him on a Monday. As I said, if he pops up on a Friday, you know, bonus. Triple H said he does what's best for business, says Ray. I've got a question. Who would you have beat the record for the most title wins, said Bishop? Who would I have get the most title wins? Well, I don't know, to be honest, because I actually don't know. Is there a list? Because what we all know, most world title wins WWE. Yeah, so the person that felt like was the one was Randy. Here we go. Okay, so in first place, joint 16 is Ric Flair and Cena, so they're the ones to beat, okay? In joint third place is Triple H and Randy Orton on 14. So it ain't going to be Triple H, is retired. Randy Orton is on 14, so he's 2 behind. He felt like the one, yeah? I don't know that he's the one now because of his injuries. Could you get him there? I honestly don't know. I just don't know, do I? Because, I mean, he's been out for over a year. I don't know in what condition he's in. I would probably be leaning towards no right now. I'd be thinking he's probably not the one. Because whoever gets that record, you want them to still be around after they've got it because you want to shout about it. Like, it's an achievement that you want to be able to promote. Come and see the person that's had more title reigns than anyone else in history, right? You want to be able to promote that person. You don't want them to achieve that record and then retire, right? Because they're retiring with that would be like someone beating the Undertaker streak and then retiring, right? So whoever beats it needs to still be around and like benefit from it. So Randy felt like he was right there, but I don't know that he is now. So my answer would have been Randy, but I don't know that I can say that now. Hulk Hogan is 5th place with 12. It's not going to be him. Brock Lesnar is in joint 6th place with Edge. Now, Edge apparently is wrapping it up. I can't see Edge getting 5 more world title reigns, right? So it doesn't look like it's Edge. Brock, I think, could pick up another world title reign, maybe another couple. But even Brock, I don't know that he's going to get another 5, right? So I would say Brock is the front runner now. I would say Brock's the front runner, but I don't know that it will be him. Then in joint 8th, you've got Sting and The Rock with 10. In 10th position, you've got Harley Race with 8. In joint 11th place, you got Brett, you got Undertaker, you got Big Show with 7. Then in joint 14th place, you've got Kurt, Roman, Randy Savage, Stone Cold, Kevin Nash, Booker T, Chris Jericho, Batista, and CM Punk, all with 6 world title reigns for them. It's none of them. It ain't going to be Punk. It ain't going to be Batista. It won't be Jericho. It won't be Booker T. It won't be Nash. It won't be Stone Cold. It won't be Macho Man. It won't be Roman. It won't be Kurt. I mean, it won't be Roman because he's 10 away. He's on 6. The record is 16. He'd have to win 10 more world titles. And think about like the career he's had, and he's only won 6 in that time. So he needs another 10. And if anything, he's going to an even more reduced schedule. So I don't think it's going to be him. And then in joint 26th place is Daniel Bryan and the Sandman on 5. There's no one around. There's no one that's going to be able to do it anytime soon. So Randy or Brock look to be the only names, to be honest. Right, looks like Judgment Day are being removed from ringside. So we was at commercial break. We've just come back from commercial break. And it looks like all of them have been removed from ringside. Sammy planting Dominic. So Kevin Owens being booted out from ringside. Rhea and Damian, they also got removed. That's obviously now going to mean that it's just Dominic and Sammy, 1-on-1 right now. Drop kick by Dirty Dom. Sammy goes against the ropes. Dirty Dom going against the ropes. Looking. Oof, big clothesline. Big clothesline. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Wrestler Andy said, Rick still has got another run in him. Trina said, I think Orton deserves it. He's been the perfect company man for 2 decades. Always done what's asked. Always seems legit about what he does. Plus, he's only missed time to injury. Sammy going up top. Forearm strike there by Dominic. Apple user said, do you think Randy is coming back? I think he'll come back, but I just don't know how much he's got left in the tank. And this is why I don't think he's going to be the one to do it, because, I mean, right now, I don't even know if he can have singles matches. Right now, I don't even know if he can have matches. When he comes back, I've got to think they're going to put him in a tag team to protect him. So, realistically, has he got 3 more world title reigns in him? And as I said, even if he does have like those title reigns, you're not going to be able to benefit from them, because we've got to be getting closer and closer towards him retiring. It's hard, isn't it? I mean, you need someone that's been around for a long time in order for them to get to that records. But you don't want it to be that they get that records and then they retire, because you do want to benefit from it. If I'm booking WWE, I want to be able to promote the fact that I've got the person that's been world champion more than anyone else in history. I want to be able to promote that person. I want to be able to put it on posters. I want to be able to, you know, sell out house shows and, like, you know, make it a big deal. I just don't know that Randy's got enough in the tank. I think the tank's running pretty low. Dominic has got Sammy. Where are we time-wise? Okay, we're done with the first hour. Sammy looking for the Blue Thunder Bomb. Not quite getting it as Dominic throws in some elbows to the side of the head. Dominic looking to go against the ropes. Dominic reverse. Oh, a little bit botchy. Little bit botchy. Against the ropes goes Dominic looking for a 619. Oh, he's picked up Dirty Dom. Blue Thunder Bomb. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Dominic. Now, if this is going to be one-on-one, Sammy really should win this match. But it doesn't feel like it's going to be one-on-one. I'm thinking Finn Balor is going to get involved, because I remember Damian and Rhea being removed from ringside, but I didn't see what happened with Finn. So I'm thinking Finn is likely to get involved. Dirty Dom is on his knees. I like Sammy with longer hair as well, by the way. Sammy going over as Dirty Dom looks to go out the ring. Sammy has got Dirty Dom's leg. Drop kick to the back there by Dominic. Dominic goes against the ropes. 619. Connects. Cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Sammy. So Sammy getting his shoulder up there. Kick out by Samuel Zayn. Shakeem said, did you know you can do polls on TikTok now? I didn't. No. Good to know. Worth knowing. Might try and get my head around that, maybe for the pay-per-views or something. Kingaling said, I watched your very first video. It was hilarious and fascinating at the same time. And cringe. Yeah, I said before, like, I think it's worth keeping up, because even though, like, you know, it's rubbish, I think it's always interesting, isn't it, to go back, have a look at it, where people started. That genuinely was the Royal Rumble one is the very first video I put. There's no hidden videos before that or anything. It is legit the very first video. And I think it's interesting because I think I fell into the traps a lot of people fall into, and I think are the same traps that many of you, if you started channels, might fall into. And that's where you just want to come across as like, I have watched wrestling. I know what I'm talking about. And you try a bit overly, you try too much to get your points across to the point where maybe you lose your personality a bit. It is very to the point, you know. It obviously would look nothing like that now if I was to do it again. Sammy has got Dominic where he wants him. Oh, Judgment Day have re-emerged with a beaten up Kevin Owens, which has allowed Dominic to get the win. Okay, so it wasn't Finn. It was Rhea and Damian dumping a beaten up Kevin Owens that has resulted in a distraction. And Dominic retaining. That's how it's played out. So Sammy had Dominic right where he wanted him. Had him set up for the haluva. KO is struggling a little bit there. So KO is down. There's a medic. They need to give him some medical attention rather than just standing around him and whatever. Give him some medical help. So, okay, we've got Dominic retained against Sammy when Judgment Day attacked KO. Which distracted, allowing Dominic to secure the win. Lovely. Days just puffing that big bill, but Hogan had a skullet. Not impressed with wrestling, question mark. A dance contest, question mark. RIP wrestling. I've got herpes. Thank you. That makes it sound like I gave them to you. Which I did. Godfather's Ho, shout out to you. Inside Out again said, Days, what do you think about Nikki wanting to quit WWE, go back to university? Oh, I haven't seen that news. I saw that she got a diploma or something. I did see a picture of that, but I didn't see that she wanted to quit WWE. I mean, I think it's it's her life. It's personal to her, isn't it? She is the one living that life. So if she feels that she's at the point where that is the path that she now wants to pursue, cool. I support her. Lovely. So, yeah, all good. Talking about champions getting the record, said Ernest. What about Jeff Jarrett? Don't know what number he's on, to be honest. According to that website that I was just having a little look at, I don't think was in the top 20 odds. I don't actually know what would be classed as a world title. Like, would the Impact title be classed as a world title? I don't know. I don't know where you draw the line. Like, if someone is the MLW champion, would that count? I mean, I would say no. But then, what does count? I mean, the New Japan title, I would think, would count. Would the AEW championship count? I feel like it probably should, but it's got no history. There's no history to it. It's just been conjured out of thin air, Kind of like me starting a company, just conjuring it out of thin air, creating a championship, and all of a sudden that's got some value to it. I mean, you could make the argument that they are the second biggest promotion in the US, potentially in the world. So there is value to it. They've got a fan base, obviously, and plenty of great names competing for that title. So, but you know, it's oh hello, Gable Steveson, the decision. That's tomorrow, isn't it? Tomorrow night. So we're going to find out from Gable Steveson as to what he's going to do. Is he going to go to the Olympics? Is he going to stick around and stay in NXT? I mean, I've got to think he's staying in NXT. I've got to think he's doing that because be weird for him to make an announcement that he's off to the Olympics. Although, you know, it'd be big news, wouldn't it? He's going to give the Olympics one more go. So, yeah, Jeff Jarrett. I don't know how many world titles he's had. I never watched TNA, so... I feel like that probably would count because that had its history with NWA, didn't it? The NWA was affiliated with TNA. So I feel like that title has some meaning. But then the NWA left and TNA created their own world title, and that wasn't connected to the NWA. That was just a made-up, out-of-nowhere title. I was just seeing Kevin Owens backstage in let's go with discomfort. Impact titles should count since Impact has been around longer than ECW and WCW combined, said Defcon Eric. Always say about most title reigns, but also means they lost it most times. That's true. That is true. It is a very weird achievement. I completely agree with you. I think combined days is a much better record. We never talk about that. Imagine if someone was coming up to 1,000 days as world champion with their reigns combined. That's an achievement. You know, Roman has done it in one go. Amazing, right? And actually, if you add all of his title reigns together, I don't know, he might be coming up to 2,000 days. That would also be an achievement. But we don't talk about that. We don't recognize that. Which is weird, because that to me is a bigger achievement, you know? You could be a 16-time world champion, and each of those title reigns you might have only held for a day. So you might have only been a world champion for 16 days. In fact, not even that, because sometimes you might have been cashed in on Money in the Bank wise. You might have only held a title for 7 minutes, like how Daniel Bryan did at SummerSlam. He got cashed in like 7 minutes after he won the title from John Cena. Cashed in on by, was it Orton? So, I agree. You know, that why does that title, 7-minute title reign of Daniel Bryan, why does that count the same as Roman Reigns' 3-year title reign or Bruno Sammartino's 7-year title reign? Why does that number count the same? Why does Charlotte's 14-time... In fact, Charlotte wasn't on that list, actually. But why do they say Charlotte's a 14-time world champion and her achievement? Why does that count the same as her dad's, which was done over a much longer period of time? I agree with you. I completely agree. I think it's a nonsense record, to be honest. I think it's nonsense. I think it's interesting. I think it is a record, and because it's been spoke about so much, it is one that resonates with people. So I think in that regard, there's something to it. But I think the combined days is so much more important. But it's not one that ever gets focused on. Right, tribal combat for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Roman Reigns. Jey Uso. Born to be Wild is the music they're playing. We're backstage with Shinsuke and Ricochet. You know, Shay. Have you seen Logan anywhere? No, I haven't. Well, there's Tommaso. Your loss last week. That was on me. It's going to let the kick to the face slide. But you only get one free one. Okay, so Tommaso said, all right. If you get involved tonight, I know that we have got a problem. What's Shinsuke gonna do there? What's Shinsuke gonna do there? So, Tommaso having a word with Shinsuke. Just saying, you get one free one. So Bronson Reed making his way down. It's going to be Tommaso against Bronson. We're about 13 minutes from the halfway point. Ciampa against Reed coming up next. I like Bronson. I like some of the young talent that's coming through. Actually, I say young in regards to their main roster experience. Like Tommaso, like Johnny. Rick Boogs, Bronson Reed. Some good... Obviously, you got Bron Breakker, Carmelo. Creed Brothers, Pretty Deadly. Some good talent, man. Ernest said, I know that Jeff has won 4 world titles in WCW. Granted, all 4 came in the 2000s. I think he won 6 in TNA, a AAA title, but I could be wrong. I didn't see him on that list, so I don't know if that means we're not. I mean, if he's won the WCW, that counts. I mean, I feel like it's hard, isn't it? What should count? I think people would say that Impact and TNA should count because of how big they were. I mean, they were the second biggest at one point. AEW probably should count. AAA? CMLL, yeah, maybe. I don't know. But this is where, like, where do you draw the line? Where is the line? As I said, what about MLW? What about Progress in the UK or Rev Pro? What about DDT and all this kind of stuff? You know, the stuff that Matt Cardona is doing at the moment. You know, some people might say that you should include GCW and stuff like that, but it's like, it doesn't feel like you should. I don't know, it feels like it needs to be done by popularity. And I think if you're in, say, the top 3 in the US, then yeah, you should definitely. But then what about, as I said, DDT? Pretty big in Japan, I believe. Noah is big in Japan as well, isn't it? So if someone's a Noah world champ, but that doesn't really, Noah doesn't massively resonate with us over here. So I don't think people would include Noah. But then again, where is that line? So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think we need to worry about it, to be honest, because I don't think Jeff Jarrett's going to be anywhere near that records. I don't know if I can see him winning another world title anywhere, to be honest. Unless he goes to like MLW or something. I can't see him being AEW champion. So I think he'll probably be stranded on 10 if that is the number. But Bray will be part of a new stable Bobby is putting together, says Corey. Okay, we're going back from commercial break. We got Tommaso against Bronson backstage with Judgment Day. Oh, Apollo and Akira backstage. Rhea challenges Tozawa. Tozawa walks away. So Apollo is stepping up to Damien here. Rhea saying to Akira, have you got a problem? And him going, nope. Got a problem? Nope. Okay, Tommaso making his way down. Paul said, I saw a video of another one of the Samoan family members, Amaga's son, Zila Fatu, doing the Samoan spike like his dad's, but he throws his opponent in the air and then spikes him. Trini, shout out to you. Said, Threads is the new Twitter. When Elon finishing destroying X, Threads will be there. It's the IG version of Twitter. Yeah, I've been on Threads. I'm on Threads. I don't really go on it. I do post on there, like links to videos and whatever. It is pretty crazy what they're doing with Twitter and changing it to. What, they haven't. I don't think they've changed it to X, have they? I think the X is just the logo. I don't think they've changed the name. I don't think it's like X, is it? I think it's just the bird has gone. The bird's flown off. And now we've got this X instead. And is it just me, or has the logo changed as well? Because I'm looking at it actually right now. It's got a red, got like a red dot on it. I don't know if that means something. The X on the actual Twitter page at the top is just an X. But on the tab that I've got open at the top, there's like a red dot at the top corner. So I don't know if he's kind of finalized the design of the X. If it's meant to have a little bit of red, it looks better with the red, actually. It's a little better with the red. I would take a picture to show you, but I'm streaming on TikTok with my phone, so I can't. So I just don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know what to believe. I tell you what I am going to believe. I'm going to believe Tommaso Ciampa against Bronson Reed. That's what I'm going to believe. Over the weekend, I saw a repeat of Let's Make a Deal with Nia Jax's dad, who is one of The Rock's uncles, says John. John, shout out to you. Retribution said, I've tweeted you the new Twitter rules. It isn't just a brand change. Oh, there's new Twitter rules. What are the new Twitter rules? There's a new Twitter rule of having a daily message limit without being verified. Not being able to message someone who doesn't follow you back without being verified sucks as well. Elon has ruined Twitter. Are those the new rules? You can't message anyone unless they follow you back, unless you're verified. And also there's a daily limit. I heard the daily limit is because there is companies that are going on and spamming and stuff like that. And so I think the daily limit is meant to prevent the bots and the spam. Is what I heard. I don't think it was meant to like be a punishment to people. It was, I think, more to limit bots and spam and all that automated stuff. I think the daily limit is still quite high, of like you can see 10,000 tweets or something, which should be enough for the average person. But it should stop bots and whatever. But I haven't seen the new update, so I don't know. I hate Twitter. I'm not going to defend it. I don't care. But I did read that about the daily thing. Right now, Tommaso has got a headlock being applied to Bronson. Apple user, good night. Champa is down with 4 minutes. 4 minutes away. In fact, we'll do it for the next commercial break. Next commercial break. Half-time scores. Not making it up. We're going to do it. Next commercial break. Get excited. Chris said, I finally deleted your message. That's what you finally did. Retribution said there are messaging limits, not viewing limits. That's separate. Oh, messaging limits. I wonder if that's to stop spam as well. Because in all fairness, you do get like, I don't know if you lot get it. It might just be me, but I get girls saying, hey, you look cute. Come and check out this video, check out this link and all that kind of stuff. It's probably just me, guys. Because in all fair, I am pretty cute. I think we can agree on that. It's probably just me, but I don't know. There's something about it that seems suspicious. You know? You look at the profile pictures and they look like models. And they're like, oh, hey, cutie. You look really cute. Come and check out my profile. Come and check out my website and all this kind of stuff. Never done it. Never done it. I'm not a thirsty 19-year-old, right? But yeah, you get that all the time. So I wonder if it's to try and stop that. Because in all fairness, I get thousands of those every day. Every day. Thousands. Thousands and thousands. Miss Clown said, sexy AF, mate. Miss Clown, you must deal with it as well. You must deal with it as well, mate. I can imagine these hot models are hitting you up as well. Anyway, we can't talk about hot models, right? Oh, we can, but we're not going to because we need to do
halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your
I've been a fan
scores.
for years. I love your time.
Put it in the chat. Halftime scores.
Riley said, are you getting all the girls?
Everybody, it's the halftime scores.
All the girls.
Are you happy? It's the halftime scores.
Like,
are you happy or you sad?
Which is funny because I don't really ever put anything on Twitter.
Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded.
Massive wrestling fan.
If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Oh, there we go. Right. 6.66. 6 said Greggy. 6.5 says let him in. Dom didn't main event, so a 4 says Ernest. 7.5 says Jaco. 6.5 says Stone. Let's Bliss Gamer with the 7. 6.7 for Stutter and Steves. To Heel Fan 6.5. Greg with an 8. Paul with the 6. Stand and Fight 8.97. Ezra said 6.5. Jamie said 6. George with a 5. WWE AEW fan said I give it a 5. Would have been a 4 if Sammy Dom match didn't happen. It's been average. Chris with a 4. It said it's so bad again tonight. Pedro with a 5. I've got a blinking light, said Krista. I'm sorry to hear that. Tinglin with a 6.5. Paulie with a 7. Stephen, shout out to you. Terry said 6.5. George with a 7. Nick said 6.5. Big Time Back says 7. Sonny with a 6. Erasure Mine with a 5.5. My Phenomenal Figures with a 5. Seth freaking Rollins with a 7. 1 Minute Wrestler. Jesse Jackhammer with a 7. Robert with a 7. Victoria said I can't watch it for another hour. Did they show Drew and Gunter yet? Not yet. Legend Killer with a 6. Bembo said that's notifications, the red dot in the logo if you clear your notifications. Oh, is it really? I never knew that. So if you've got a notification, you get a red dot on the picture on the tab on, I mean, I use Chrome. So I didn't know that. It actually looks better though. It looks better with the red dot in the corner. I actually, I mean, it's so small. it looked to me like they'd coloured in the line that was the top right line, and it looks better. It needs a little bit of a colour because it just makes it pop. Elon, if you're watching this, buds, I would just tweet your logo and I'd just make the top right stick of the X, make it red because it looks better. You're welcome. Right, we are back to the action now. Vince McMahon gives it 10 out of 10, yeah. Lukey Guy said 5. It's very mid again. After a weekend from AEW, I wish both businesses were amazing. Retrofuse said everyone gets the spam dating messages. Well, I think mine are different, to be honest. I think mine are real. I'm just saying. However, if you're having a long conversation with someone and it gets interrupted due to the limit and you have to wait 24 hours, that is unacceptable. I agree with that. That is that shouldn't happen. I agree. That would be a long message, though. I mean, I don't know what they've limited it to. I mean, it should be in the thousands. If it was in the thousands, I mean, I would be worried for anyone that was having DM messages on Twitter in the thousands of messages. So I could understand them doing it to try and cut down on the spam. I could understand that. Ain't sticking up for him. I'm just saying I could understand it if he does seem to be trying to cut down on spam. Which, you know, maybe you could make the argument there's a different way to go about it, but I could survive without those messages from those girls. I could survive. It's them I would feel sorry for. They seem desperate. Bronson crashing down onto Tommaso's chest. These two battling away. Raspadali said, do you think the middle hour of Raw could use a European title with all the mid-carders and nothing to fight for? To be honest, I'm not a fan of the European title because what does it represent? It represents you're the best in Europe. And I don't think that should really exist on any brand other than NXT Europe. So maybe you could bring in another mid-card belt, but I don't know. We've already got the Intercontinental and we've got the United States. One for Raw, one for SmackDown. You got the tag belts as well. Nah. When I was growing up, you had the Intercontinental, WWF, and tag titles. That was it. That was it. It wasn't even the United States. I mean, right now, you've got 2 world champions. You got 2 mid-card champions. You got women's tag champs. You got men tag champs. Crazy. I mean, it's acceptable. I'd say it's fine. It's not too many belts because of how big the rosters are, but I don't think I'd be looking to add more. I wouldn't add the European because I just think that should be in Europe. Bronson's on his feet, but he's a bit wobbly. Goes against the ropes. Knee strike there by Tommaso. Tommaso trying to pick up Bronson. Can't do it. Can't do it. Oh, he goes again, and he does do it. Oh man, that's a sick move. Sick move by Tommaso. And the crowd respond. The crowd appreciates. The crowd recognize. Here comes Shinsuke. Shinsuke making his way down to the ring. So Ciampa had words with Shinsuke. Okay, so Shinsuke in the entranceway. Telling Ciampa to go back to the ring. Shinsuke's just having a little look. Bronson jumps off the edge of the ring. Tsunami means that Bronson picks up the win. So Bronson picks up a win. It's a weird one, isn't it? Because Shinsuke has distracted. But did he mean to? Or was he just coming down to watch? Did he mean to distract? Bronson Reed picks up the dub. Bronson wins. That is a lot of weight, said Stuttering Steves. I hope you're talking about Bronson. Because, you know, I've been trying. Okay, so we're seeing last week. Raquel was chop blocked. And that meant that we got new women's tag team champs. Chelsea and Sonya getting that sweet dub. Right, here's Byron. With Liv. Don't matter you, I'm still looking in the background. Always look in the background. Certainly now that we know that Bray is nearing a return, we really could start seeing something in the background. As far as tonight's concerned. Rhea is all mine. So... I'm the very last person that defeated Rhea Ripley, says Liv. It's interesting. Okay. Let's go. The new women's tag champs. Why would you interview Liv and not your new women's tag champs? They were talking about how the whole roster revolved around Rhea and she's standing there. They've changed their tune now. Love what you did with the leather. I warned Liv and Raquel to stay out of my way. Yeah, that was kind of fun. Chelsea and Sonya trash talk Rhea. I wish Chelsea, you could have had Chelsea kept going, you know, and, you know, the classic where Sonya's then like, shut up. She's here. Shut up. You know, just elbowing her. I think I would have gone that way. They didn't really have either of them go too far with it, you know. They kind of saw her quite quick and shut it down. But I kind of like the idea of, you know, Chelsea going on and Sonya like, shut up. She's over there. Right, commercial break. John said Bronson having a feud with Otis would be a better use for them and would be more entertaining to watch than a match with Ciampa was. Kim said, do you remember Tozawa against Kota Ibushi? Why have they made someone as good as Tozawa a joke? He should go to New Japan. Retribution said, I figured it out. The messaging limit happens and got removed after a little while. It's because Twitter thought I was spamming when I wasn't. Yeah, I think it was... makes sense. I thought it would be something to do with spam. Deja getting all the girls. Always am, mate. Always am. Trey gave it a 6. Riley gave it a 7. Apple user says, I like Champa. We've had just over 20,000 likes on TikTok. There we go. Oof, oof. Just had some confetti rain down. Beautiful. Scott says 7. Justin said, Vince is a fan of LA Knight and he's set for a big push. Wonder how big of a push since Vince likes him. Ricochet is waiting for Logan, says Daniela. Officer Clusternut said, I really can't warm to Judgment Day. They are just trying to be Raw's bloodline, and it's not working. They don't have the connection or the charisma. Wild said, who do you think will take the NXT title from Carmelo? Don't have many top heels for him to face. Well, it's a difficult one to answer because I don't know when they're going to call up Carmelo. I mean, I do think that Elia stands a chance because I really like Elia. And I think he's a credible opponent that could be a champ. So I feel like Elia's got a shout. Is it a little soon for Elia? Maybe, but we've seen Carmelo backstage talking to Bobby. Like, it could be Carmelo, Trick, Street Profits, Bobby in a bit of a faction. It's a bit of a big faction. I don't really like that many people, to be honest, but you could do it. You could separate Trick with Carmelo. You don't have to keep them two together. But who knows? Perhaps they're looking at calling up Carmelo after SummerSlam. And maybe Elia could be the one. Maybe he could be the one. I would agree. There's not loads of NXT names that come to mind that could take that heels, that could take that title off of him. I don't think it'll be Braun. I think Braun's coming to the main roster soon. I like Duke Hudson, but he's a face. But if it was to be like, if you had to get the belt off Carmelo, I think Duke Hudson would be a good shout. Gacy might make sense. Gacy might make sense. You could do Gacy. Yeah, there ain't loads, is there? There ain't loads that's jumping out. If you really wanted to invest in Damon Kemp, you could. You know, he is the brother of Gable Steveson. He's been around for a while. He's got a good size to him. He's credible. So, but I think Gacy might be the front runner. But I like Dragunov as well. There's options. Right, here comes Liv. Watch me. Liv versus Rhea, and Rhea attacks Liv. Attacks Liv. Liv down. How's it feel? Rhea is attacking Liv. Liv going into the barricade. How's it feel? Is Liv crying? And, yeah, I think she is crying. Well, she said, watch me, I'm watching her. And she's crying. Watch me. Headbutt by Rhea. Liv goes down. There's a chair in the ring. The chair being put on the arm of Liv. You're going to pay for getting in my business? Oh. She's crying again. She kicked down on the chair. I warned you! Get out my pub! Well, there's no match. There's no match. It's have fun in rehab. Have fun in rehab. I mean, what I will say is she's selling it like a super trooper. It's the kind of beatdown where if she's actually got an actual injury and she needs to be written off for a little while, this is the kind of thing that, you know, oof, she went and did it again. She went and did it again. Do it again! Do it again! Do it again, Rhea! Do it to her head! Do it to her head this time, Rhea! Brutal beatdown. This is my division. You're lucky you're living in it. I love the crotch chop after. You should know me better than that. I can't move it as she moved it. Can't move it! I can't move it! But you're moving it? Oh. Oh, it turns out it's all right then. My mistake. I can't move it. But you're moving it? Oh. My bad. Watch me. Well, Days, R.I.P. Liv Morgan. R.I.P. Liv Morgan. Lol. I'm gonna do a video on it actually. It was a pretty brutal beatdown. Pretty brutal. Liv just got back from injury and she's being written off again, says Oblong. It might be that she needs a bit more time. I mean, that's the kind of beatdown that people get put into if they need time away. It's that kind of beatdown. Greggy said in an interview, Cody said it was weird being in AEW when fans thought it was heelish for him to not to turn heel when they wanted it. Adrenaline in my soul. Okay. Bang. Where's the other picture gone? Got a couple of sexy images. There we go. So news coming out of Raw, and this is an interesting one actually because we was meant to get a match between Rhea and Liv, but Rhea attacked Liv just before we could get going, get started, and this was a brutal brutal beatdown. Liv was being hurled into the barricade, but even worse, she got thrown into the ring. A chair was put over her arm, and then Rhea would stomp on that chair. She did it a couple of times as well. You can see the distress that Liv is in. This is clearly being used to build up the feud with Raquel Rodriguez. And it seems like we're going to get Rhea against Raquel very soon. But this is also the kind of beatdown that you would expect someone to go through if they were going to get written off TV for a while. This was a pretty brutal beatdown of Liv. Even like after the beatdown had ended, Liv was in a lot of distress, saying she couldn't feel her arm to the officials. So this is the kind of beatdown, as we said, where I really wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Liv for, a good little while now. Maybe she's going to go on a little break or something, but I think she'll be off TV for a while to sell this injury. I'm not aware that she is actually nursing a real injury, but this beatdown was pretty brutal and went on for a little while. And as we said, proper stomping down on that arm. So yeah, pretty brutal message being sent by Rhea Ripley, basically saying, I warned you to stay out of my business. You should have listened. And stomping on the arm. And as we said, you can see the distress that Liv was in. Good shot, that. I like that picture. It looks like someone running in the background. You see someone running from the back. Action shot, that's what this is. Someone in full flight trying to make their way down to save Liv. I'm coming, Liv. That's Bo Dallas, that is. Because they're in a relationship. Bo's coming to save the day. We're backstage. She's still crying. My God, suck it up. You're a wrestler, woman. Suck it up. These things happen. Right, we was at commercial break. We're back from commercial break. So we're seeing last week the Viking match, which was really good. Really enjoyed it. Valhalla awaits. Okay, so backstage with Chad, Maxine, and Otis. Viking Raiders. No one knows what Viking rules are. That's true. Academy rules match. Listen, Val. No one puts the Alpha Queen through a table. So Maxine is challenging Val. Oh, yeah. So I don't know if we're getting the Alpha Rules match. Listen, Val. Okay, so Maxine challenges Val. Okay, Ricochet making his way down. So this is going to be the Logan segment. How is Adam Pearce not fired yet, said Dylan. What is your favorite type of wrestling match? Just standard. Normal. Ricochet doesn't need an energy drink. Oh, great sign. Great sign. Ricochet doesn't need an energy drink. I mean, if you didn't know about Prime, that wouldn't make a great deal of sense. Ricochet in the ring. I love that sign. That's a great sign. Moody of WWE to show that, isn't it? It's a great sign. Come out here and show your stupid face. Where you at, Logan? Where you at? There's a locker room of guys that know that you don't belong here. You don't belong here. You don't belong here. You see, I'm agreeing with him, but the problem is that I think the narrative is afterwards he's going to say, I was wrong, you do belong here. Some would say you're special. I'd say you're special. I am special every time, said Ricochet. It's not because your ability that you don't belong here. It's because you're an arrogant little prick. I didn't know Ricochet had it in him. I've given my life to this. Yes. Yes. Preach. I've given my life to this, says Ricochet. Yeah. I'd love to hear the crowd with like Ricochet, Ricochet, Ricochet. Where's the crowd? Come on. Come on, Tampa. Wake up. I'm here to say one thing. I'm here to challenge you. So Ricochet challenges Logan to a SummerSlam match. Logan attacks from behind. That did make Ricochet look stupid. I accept your challenge. I'm going to show all of you why I'm the best in the WWE. You need to get laid, you stupid virgin. Super kick by Ricochet. It's an interesting question, isn't it? I mean, like, it's interesting. Is that have we strayed too far from PG there? You know, saying to someone in the front row, "You need to get laid, you stupid virgin," is just really not the kind of thing that you expect on WWE. I don't know. Just think. Did Logan just call that guy a stupid virgin? He did. He did. I don't know how I feel about it. It doesn't offend me. I'm not bothered. But it's not the kind of thing that we see people saying in WWE. Back in the day, yes, but not the current product. Is that something that he's just said in the heat of the moment, or is that something that's been agreed? It wouldn't surprise me if someone came out saying that WWE were upset with that comment. People backstage were upset with that line. That wouldn't surprise me. But equally, I wouldn't be surprised if they allowed Logan to go a little further with his promos as well, you know, than what they tend to allow others. You need to get laid, you stupid virgin. That's an interesting one. There's no swearing in there. MJF possessed him for a second, said let him in. Shayna said she's going to settle this at SummerSlam. At SummerSlam, I'm going to fight Ronda Rousey. Okay, good. Good, well done. Shayna says at SummerSlam, she's going to fight Ronda. Good. Checks out. What did she say? Did she just say Damian Priest? They just corrected Samantha on commentary. Yeah, she called him Mr. Money in the Bank. His Senior Money in the Bank's not the biggest botch in the world, is it? Boom. Shayna looks like she could be 19 and 30 at the same time. Right, Damian Priest making his way down. So this match, I believe, was made earlier. It's going to be, what, Priest against Apollo? Hope you're well. Will Bailey be at SummerSlam? I hope Jey Uso will win at SummerSlam, said Clay. Will Bailey be there? I think she could be. I mean, I don't know if she's... I don't think she's scheduled to be in a match. But if EO is going to cash in, or try to, I'd imagine Bailey will be with her. She did pick up a slight knock at a house show about a week ago. But apparently that was all fine. So, yeah. No sign of her being in a match, though. Dolph deserves a push more than people like Dom and Theory, because he is great in ring and at promos and selling, and he's got great charisma, which can lead a match and put others over. Should have been a HBK level star, says Kim. Hawkins Jr. said Damian should have a black and purple briefcase. Oh, he should. You're right. That would be sick. I agree. Plus, WWE could make more money off the replicas. That's a great shout. I love that idea. A big thumbs up from me. Derek said, for Ricochet Logan match, they'll do Limp Bizkit. You think you're special, you do. Logan is the new Miz, just a face to push social media, said Andrew. I agree. How do you feel about Bray targeting Cody? Not a fan. Not a fan. There's a story there, of course, because Cody was Bray's mentor on NXT, and Bray he's always blamed Cody for the Husky Harris character not working. So there is a story there. The problem, though, is that Cody is not going to be a heel in that feuds. That would mean that Bray would have to be a heel. I like heel Bray when he was cult leader, but heel Bray now with the Funhouse and the puppets and the Fiend, people love the Fiend. I think heel Bray worked when he was cult leader Bray. I don't know how I feel about a heel Bray with the Funhouse, because people love like the puppets and they find Bray interesting. And I mean, you saw the reaction he got when he came back at Extreme Rules. So it would be quite a shift to present him as a heel, and he would be a heel if he goes after Cody. They ain't going to make Cody a heel. I don't know. I just think, like, is this the right way forward for Bray? There's so much that you can do with him. So many things you can do. Is him going after Cody the right thing to do? I don't even think he will, to be honest. I would be looking at him getting involved with Roman. I could see it being that Roman retains against Jay, and rather than it end in SummerSlam on another downer like WrestleMania has, like Extreme Rules did, like Clash at the Castle did, you know, rather than it ending on this big downer, imagine Roman beats Jay and then Bray into, like, music interferes and whatever. Because you've got to think that Bray and Roman were going to cross paths again at some point. It's perfect for Roman because of the fact that that's how it all started, wasn't it? I mean, it's Bray. Isn't it Bray that he won the title off? It was the triple threat, wasn't it? And I'm sure Bray was the champ. I don't think it was Braun. But it was Bray, Braun, and Roman interfered, got added to the match and won the match. Backstage with Logan. That was unprofessional. Feels victimized. Monday. I'm going to pop his stupid bald head. So Logan said he's going to pop Ricochet's bald head next week. Stupid virgin. Right, here's Apollo. Hey, we haven't been seeing much of Apollo. Let's see what Apollo's going to look like. It's jacked. I know that much. Apollo making his way down. Is Shayna Baszler a face? I think so. She's certainly more of a face than what Ronda is. I think the thought was that anyone going against Ronda right now will be the face. So I don't think Shayna's really gone out of her way to be a face. But she has said some lines that have been good in her promos about how she used to build rings and work her way up. Came in through the front door and had to grind, whereas Ronda came in through the back door. Okay, so Senior Money in the Bank is up and running, underway. And we've got 50 minutes to go. 50 minutes left of Monday Night Raw. Justin said, everyone is triggered today by something and everything. Anna said, Apollo Crews is a great wrestler. Chris said Apollo should be Bobby's protege in the new Hurt business. Oh, yeah, that's a good shout. I like that. I agree with that. Where is his lieutenant, said Scottish Nightmare. They're not together anymore, are they? Not together. So it was Commander Aziz. So he actually attacked him down in NXT. I think he went back to being Dabba-Kato, hasn't he? That's his name, Dabba-Kato. Dabba-Kato could be NXT champ. Dabba-Kato could beat Carmelo. Apollo Crews chuck in Damian Priest back in the ring. Apollo Crews going up. WrestleLandy said another thing about Roman is that during his first reign as Universal Champ, he vacated it and never lost. So he's been champ since 2018 in a way. Ooh. Yeah, good point. Oh, big shot there by Damian. Liv, yeah, Life said, I'll be at Raw next week. Have fun, my friends. Hopefully it'll be a better show than what we've had tonight. I don't think tonight's been that great, to be honest. I've not been bored. I've not sat here thinking, oh God, this is a drag. But equally, there hasn't been loads that's gone down, you know. Did a little video on the Rhea beating up Liv because it felt a pretty brutal beat up, but I mean beat down, but it's if that's the most exciting thing that's happened, then I think you can tell that this Raw is lacking a little something. But there's still time, isn't there? Still time. Big shot there by Damian Priest as Apollo goes down. Priest has got Apollo clothesline. Apollo goes down. It's a nice little move. He's got the arm tied up at the back and then clothesline. Straps have come down for Damian. Grabs him. Choke slam. Bang. Damian picking up the dub. Damian wins. She said Mr. Money in the Bank again? What's wrong with her? His whole thing is Senor Money in the Bank. That's his identity. Remember, for a spell, there was a surprise every episode when Triple H took over. Yep. Dally Paul, hello, shout out to you. I know you don't watch Collision, but I thought it's been the best wrestling show of all of them. What do you think? I don't watch it. I know you don't watch this show, but I think it's been the best. What do you think? Right, Damian Priest showing off his Money in the Bank briefcase. We're backstage with She's excited, big time. She said, I was so focused on not being tattooed, I never got a chance to say the man has come around to Tampa. She's excited. Right, here we go. Here's Gunter. Imperium. Ludwig Kaiser. Ludwig Kaiser. Here's Imperium. Why is Becky still in her gear? It's been more than an hour and a half later. She's excited. Excited. Perhaps she's been in catering. Oh, I'd be in catering. She might have finished the match and gone, oh, do you know what? Hungry. She's gone, had some foods. Had a little chat with someone. Now she's on her way maybe to the locker room to get changed back. It's fine. We know the Logan Ricochet match will be first, as Logan wants to finish the match and travel to Dallas for Jake versus Nate on the same night, says Bembo. The dub was upside down behind Becky, said Justin. The dub was upside down behind Becky. What does that mean? What does that mean? Starting taking antidepressants a few days ago, hoping they'll help with depression. I'm strangely excited, said let him in. Let him in. Shout out to you. That's good. Positive steps. Fantastic. Now I have to mute you. I want to be surprised. I wonder what they served in catering, said Victor. I wonder what they served as well. Okay, well, look, Gunther is Imperium have made their way out. Ludwig Kaiser. Yes, mute away, Victoria, mute away. We are at commercial break right now, though, so you don't need to mute me just yet. I'm just saying. Just saying. Gene said, do you think United can win the league if they get Kane? Yes. Yes, I do. I think, you know, look how close Arsenal pushed them last season. Arsenal just didn't have the squad to maintain their challenge. But Arsenal did a really good job of pushing City quite close. And in all fairness, Arsenal came out of nowhere. No one was expecting Arsenal to be second. So could United, who have got a good squad, decent squads, and, you know, if they get Kane, maybe Amrabat, you know, I've got to think there's enough there for them to mount a challenge. And it would just, you know, just require Man City to have a bit of a wobble. Just require Man City to just dip below the incredible standard they've been. It would require Man City to struggle. It would require Man United to be amazing and Man City to have a little wobble, a little struggle for things to not quite click. So I don't expect United to win it. But I think if they were to get Kane, I think that you would expect them to be challenging. Who knows, you know? The odd shock result here or there. United beating City at Old Trafford. City picking up a few draws rather than wins. Yeah, could happen. But I expect City to win it. It was the dub from WWE. It was upside down behind Becky on the shelf, said Justin. Victoria said, I was watching SummerSlam 1990 and nearly all the performers have now passed away. Brett and Hulk are still with us, along with Sean. Shelton Benjamin should be added to the new group and he should win the US title. Yeah, I want us to do something with Shelton Benjamin. I agree. I think Shelton is... I felt so sorry for him the other year, last year, when he was celebrating his, like, 20 years in WWE. He had to do it on Main Event or Superstars or whatever it's called. I don't even know what it's called. I think it's Main Event, but I'm not certain. Whatever the awful show is they record before Raw and SmackDown. He had to celebrate his 20 years on that. Say a few, it was like my heart broke for him. I would love to see us do more with Shelton Benjamin. And there'll be a lot of people saying, oh, well, you got to do more with Cedric, you got to do more with Akira Tozawa, you got to do more, like... I understand you can't do more with everybody. So, yeah, but Shelton would be very high on my list. Right, we're going back. Okay, Victoria, you can now mute me. Danny Paul said Blue Cane to United. Okay, here we go. All the free agents should be added to either Raw or SmackDown. Oh, there's Val. Val's here. Hello, Val. Val. Maxine. It's with a glad heart. The gods smile on brave women. consult those gods. You're going to need them. Okay. Gods smile on brave women. It's a nice line. Nice line. I got no problem with that line. It's true. The Scottish warrior, Drew McIntyre. Days should have another show for the lower class jobbers like Collision and get a jobber bout. Should they have another show for the lower class jobbers? Who? WWE? They've got one. It's called Main Event. And what do you say? A lower class jobber belt? Nah. Well, nah. What would that belt be? It'd have no prestige. They had one. It was called the 24/7 title. I don't think it really worked. In all fairness, I think you could have done something with it. But now we've kind of been down those roads. I mean, we've got main events and we've got we had 24/7 title. I know like you could make the argument like you can't put a show on TV that's going to have lower level talent on and only lower level talents. You ain't going to get no views. So you could maybe put it on the network, but WWE don't give a flip about the network now because they've been paid $1 billion. So job done. I'm here. I'm dressed. That's good. Let's do it now. Drew wants to do the fight now. Yeah. This close to SummerSlam, idiot. What are you on about? You want me to put this on the line here in Tampa, Florida? I put prestige on this title. You want me to defend it tonight in front of these degenerates? Unacceptable. Just like them. You don't get anything done in life? Oof. You virgin? Everyone should be called virgin now. I've been inspired by Logan. You didn't win at WrestleMania. True. If you want to ride on my coattails, I accept. At SummerSlam. Okay, so a match has been agreed to at SummerSlam. Drew's arms are looking really big. He said, when me and Sheamus first met, I was about 19. He was about 42. Sign in the crowd says, Honky Tonk Man Who? Honky Tonk Man Who? Bit moody, innit? Legend. Show some respect. I'm gonna beat your ass. It says that to all the girls. Oh, man. What a gift. What a gift. Ludwig's just come in going, nah, 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 nah. That is so getting remixed into a song. So getting remixed into a song. You need a song that's got lots of nah, nah, nahs in. And then what you need to do is when it gets to that bit, you need to put in Ludwig. No, 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 no. You could alter the speed to make it fit however you needed to make it fit. If you need it to be quicker, you can speed it up, slow it down. But that is a real gift there. Straight away, you hear that, you go, that needs to go into a song. That needs to go into a song. I'm not going to let you stand. I'm not going to stand here and let you disrespect Imperium. So it's going to be Drew against Ludwig. That's already a song, says Zoom Station. Sounds like a chart buster. You got a few nods and not enough haze. Okay, so it looks like we're getting a match between Drew and Ludwig. Drew against Ludwig is made, and we go to commercial break. Let's go. Let's go. Imagine the 5-star classic of an Imperium triple threat, says Kim. Drew is sowing the seeds for an Imperium implosion. Well, they have been at each other's throat. There has been some fallout, hasn't there? But I think really it was more just to get this match made. I love Drew with his hair down, said Apple user. I miss the old Rhea who was solo and badass. This Rhea is fine, but should be the Rhea Ripley of NXT again. Dom is making her too soft and annoying when she should be feared. William, shout out to you. Sorry to hear that your truck is not working. Ray said, you know what this show is missing? A bed of nails? Yay! Let's go. A bed of nails. Right, we are at commercial break. We've got about half an hour to go. Half an hour to go. So it's going to be Drew against Ludwig. What's our main event going to be, though? What's our main event? Oh, it'll be the Seth Balor contract signing, won't it? It's going to be that, innit? This show needs thumbtacks and broken glass. Did they even mention the main event, says Victoria? No. Not other than they've mentioned Seth and Finn contract signing. They have mentioned that. The show needs Coco Beware. Steven said, still 0-0, Colombia and South Korea. That's not a match. Sometimes they don't main event them with a match. Look at Roman and Jay. They had a contract signing on Friday, didn't they? Flying by the seat of their pants, says Victoria. This show needs Ryback, said Dark Angel. No. Wasn't that a show for the Muppets, said Lee? That would be a good one. No. 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 Get on it. Get on it. It's right there. It's right there for someone to make. I ain't doing it. Please don't chant him up. The show has been more enjoyable without him. Who? Without who? Yeah, who was I chanting? I can't remember who I was chanting. Oh, Seth, that song. Yeah, I could do with a week without hearing it, to be honest. And by week, I mean yeah. Right, we're going back. But then I'm a bit of boomer, aren't I? I'm a moany old man. That's what I am. Moany old man days. You kids with your catchphrases and your songs. What the hell's this weird camera shot? 14. That's good, isn't it? 14,500 in Tampa. Whew. Good turnout. Right, Drew versus Ludwig Kaiser. Okay. Gunter calling Drew a failure. If you look back in the history books, it will read exactly like what Gunther has said. So Corey is agreeing that Drew is a failure. Oh, it's a really good impression. It's a good impression. He's done a really good impression there of Ludwig Kaiser Corey. Oh, well, he gave it a good go. Bravo, keep it up, yeah. He actually sounded like him, he did. Did a really good job. Did a good job. I was trying to capture it. I wanted to chuck it into the post-show review. That's why I was... He's doing it again. He loves it, doesn't he? He loves it. This is the type of commentary I want to hear, said Stuttering Steves. Hey, big chop coming in there by Drew. Does that mean Liv is out with injury and have to give up the titles because of Rhea? Maybe. Maybe. That might be why she lost it. It certainly feels like she's out for a while because of the beatdown. I wouldn't expect to see her next week. Yeah, he's loving the impression. This is the main event. It could be, yeah. It could be. How long we got? Yeah, 25 minutes. I reckon that'll mean that we get to the contract sign-in. Drop kick by Ludwig as Drew crashes to the outsides. Imperium coming round and just standing over Drew. Commercial break coming up. Commercial break. Let's go. But what did Raw teach us? The name of Shark's butt stuffing. Trini, you alright? You alright, Trini? How you doing, mate? I mean, I didn't get that from Raw, but each to their own. Someone should check the ring post. It could be injured. Right, commercial break. 25 minutes. Why would you read that, says Trini. I don't know, Trini. I just read whatever I see. I think the fact that when I read your comments, you always tend to put that. Why did you read that one? Which says more about you than it does me. It means that you're putting an awful lot of inappropriate things in the chat. I can't be the one that gets blamed for reading them, can I? Corey Graves was incredible at doing his impression of Kaiser, says Kieran. AR Bank said, breaking news, Liv has been released due to budget cuts and excessive crying. We wish her all the best in her future endeavors. Imagine if someone got released and in the statement it did say because of excessive crying. Lol. Liv wants everyone to watch her cry, says Boomers. Watch me. Got an advert for Meg 2. The Trench. The Trench. Humble Rumble said Liv beat Ronda twice. Sure. Sure she did. Please, Liv, stop crying. You're going to cause a tissue shortage. Shub, shout out to you. If that was the case, I would release my 8-year-old daughter for excessive whining, said Chris. I think you should. I think you should. Future endeavor, your own daughter. Do it. Vince did. Didn't stop Vince McMahon, did it? I mean, technically she, like, I don't know, did she retire? I can't remember. Technically she stepped down, didn't she? Do you remember? She chose to. Do you remember that? Right. 20 minutes. Every time Liv cries, an angel loses its wings, said Justin. Raw has sucked, says James. Sakila said mid. Why is WWE playing it so safe on creative? I mean, I'm reading between the lines, and I'm not sensing that people have loved it tonight. I'm not sensing people have gone cray-cray. 23,000 likes on TikTok, though. So, you know, every cloud. Is it true that Burger King is Hungry Jack's in the UK? No. We have Burger King. What happened with JD McDonough? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I haven't heard that he's injured or anything. I can only imagine that creatively we just ran out of ideas. I think we were going to put him in the Judgment Day and maybe we changed our mind. Or maybe we are just waiting to get SummerSlam out the way or something. I don't know. I haven't heard that he's injured. JD McDonough. Let's have a look. JD McDonough. WWE have got plans for JD McDonough and the Judgment Day. Apparently, he was on Main Event and he took on Apollo Crews. So, not injured because he was on Main Event. There we go. Ludwig with a big strike to Drew. Drew with a headbutt. William said, people realize Days wants to read my comments so bad, but he cannot. Days would only read my comments if he could have it his way, but YouTube isn't Burger King. Facts. Shoulder up. Burger Charles over there. Burger Charles? I'd go to Burger Charles. Burger Charles? Burger King Charles, that's what we call it. Hello, welcome to Burger King Charles. What can we get for you? Can I have some corgi chips? Corgi chips. I'll have the Buckingham Palace burger. Corgi Coke. Have you got any Corgi Coke? Who gets the win? Oh, do you want the Big Ben? Do you want the Big Ben? I can't eat one on my own. Will you have some? Yeah, we'll get the Big Ben. We'll have a Big Ben to share, please. Big Ben to share. Do you want a Corgi Coke? Corgi Coke? 2 Corgi Cokes, 1 Big Ben. And I'll have the Buckingham Palace burger, please. Thank you, sir. Silver service. Carry it over on like a silver platter. Riddle's just come down. In jeans? What's this? Casual Monday. Casual Monday? So, Drew wins. We want tables. Oh, they might get him. Big back body drop. So Riddle tried to make the save. Looks like Gunther's going through the commentary table. Wow, that really exploded in a very satisfactory way. Proper put him through the table there. So he puts him through the commentary table. Drew grabs the championship. Okay, so he's kneeling down next to Gunther. Oh, we're backstage. There's Ronda. Ronda backstage. Hoping to get a statement from Ronda. There's Ronda. She ain't doing anything. Might as well talk to her. Reputation. I don't get in a fight. It's the fight. I don't get in a fight. So she accepts. I don't get into a fight. Every time I fight, it's the fight. Stop being so pedantic. Okay, here we go then. Contract signing. Here's Finn. Making his way down to the ring. Ronda is terrible. Watch out, Drew is going for that mid-card title, said Justin. Okay, Finn Balor making his way down. Fun fact, Owen Wilson has made about $135,000 from just saying wow, said WWE and AEW fan. Humble Rumble said Liv beat Ronda at SummerSlam and then Ronda broke her arm. Irish Rebel said Ronda has been trouble for years. Lundy said, I thought I would see WWE for real. Thought you'd see WWE for real. What's that mean? A.B. Jobson said, I had grass-fed burgers with American cheese on the grill. It's the man that makes the title, not the title that makes the man, said Victoria. Days, as Palace fan, it's hard times with Zahar going. Lisi Easy, all being linked. No one coming in at the moment. It's looking bad, says Bembo. Yes. I have to agree. I don't think it's looking good either. Don't know. Are you going to get money for Zahar? Is he going for free? Because he's off to Saudi, and I don't know. You get a bit of money and you might be able to reinvest. Ramble said, my mum thought that Gunter had an STD because the refs kept wearing gloves during his match. Oh. Blondbox said, I don't know if Ronda has been paying attention to the new crop of women in UFC, but she'll get tossed right back to WWE in about a year of her being there. Apparently there's no truth to her going back, according to Ariel Hawani. Kim said, did you hear that during the IC title Elimination Chamber in 2015, Mark Henry's pod break-in was a botch, and Dolph called the rest of the match and saved it as well as he could? No, I don't think I did hear that. It's fun. Zahar's free is going to Galatasaray. Oh, so Palace won't get anything. Yeah, you're screwed. You're screwed, Bembo. He's going on a free. He wants Champions League football. You can't blame him for that, can you? Can't blame him for that. Wes said, I'm about to start a second job. Have to take bank info to the store. Best of luck, Wes. I hope it goes well. Sucks that you need to get a second job. Certainly not alone on that front, buds. Things getting tougher, aren't they? But wish you all the best, Wes. I hope Raw would have more storyline developments. Do you know what? It has been a lot of I challenge you to a match and then the other person saying I accept. It's been quite a bit of that tonight. Of people just challenging to SummerSlam matches. Matches that we already knew were happening. And we didn't really need them to be accepted or challenged or whatever. Like, we sort of knew that Shayna and Ronda was going to happen. Sort of knew that Drew and Gunter was going to happen. Like, sort of like Cody's promo earlier where he's having the match with Brock, like, didn't add anything. I thought he was going to add a stipulation. He didn't. So, like, even that bit was just him coming out, just saying, oh, you made a mistake. I'm going to beat you. I'm going to beat you. Cool. Cool story, bro. We could get 60 million for Elise Easy. That is 120, but we could reinvest. But currently, our front three for the first game is AU, Mateta, and Edwards. Well, be positive. You know, Luton might end up going straight back down. And then Everton might finally run out of luck. So, you know, I reckon you will be in a relegation battle. But there could be three worse teams. Brock Lesnar returns next week. That's something I've learned. We know that Logan is also going to be around. Yeah, I'm the best. Logan Paul returns next week. What does that mean? What does it mean, returns? Been on the show this week. CGI car? CGI car? Is that the first time we're seeing a CGI car? Damn, CGI car. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Look good. So, Seth Rollins, Finn Balor, World Heavyweight Championship. SummerSlam. SummerSlam. Balor's in the ring. CGI car. I love that. Look good. Okay, where's Seth? Adam Pearce was meant to be here. Crowd are already starting to sing the song. Don't let it get to you, Finn. Don't let it get to you, mate. Don't let it get to you, mate. Don't let it get to you. I think we can handle this like gentlemen. How about you come out here, Seth? Sign this contract. And we can make this match official. No, here he comes. Here he comes. Bembo said, I think we're safe this season. There are worse teams. Roy Hodgson will be fine, but next season is different as Roy won't do another season and more players are likely to go. We almost made it without the nonsense American Idol, said Kappa. Okay, here is Seth Rollins making his way down. So, how long we got? 8 minutes. Gotta say, it has dragged. This show has dragged. And I always, like, I said, like, it doesn't, I've not been bored or anything, but I have found myself this last hour going, 40 minutes, 50 minutes to go. How long now? 40 minutes to go, 30 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go, 8 minutes to go. That's not a good sign. It's not a good sign if I'm sat here going, how long is there left? 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. It's another contract signing. It's hard to get excited for a contract signing. You know, maybe if you've never seen a WWE contract signing before, this will be interesting. And the crowd singing just does my flipping head. Does my head. That is for them. It's not for us. Well, it's not for me. Okay, so Seth signs the contract, slides it over to Finn. Puts his feet on the table. Finn grabs the contract. Looks at Seth. Lucky here. Slight hesitation. You've got zero chance of walking out of SummerSlam as the World Heavyweight Champion. So they start singing again. It's going to get ripped up. Come on, Finn. This show is a solid 525, said Defcon Eric. Solid 525. I'm not bothered about saying this show was mid, to be honest, because I've said before, I think if you are going to be honest in saying when a show is good, you have to be honest when you think a show is poor. Can't say everything's good. And equally, you can't say everything's poor. SummerSlam is not going to be the coronation of the Judgment Day. How long's left? 5 minutes left. Smile on the face of Finn. Finn's laughing. Finn's happy. Signs the contract. Finn grabs the microphone. You think you've got it all figured out? You think you're so smart? Seth freaking Rollins, the architect. Has he snuck something in the contract? That would be good. You don't run this place. The Judgment Day run Monday Night Raw. If I lose, I lose. Well, you do lose. Is Senor Money in the Bank coming through the crowds? Dominic coming through the crowds. Rhea coming down the entranceway. Wow, Judgment Day have come down. That's a great surprise. I've been losing for 7 years, and it's been driving me insane. Seth had to know this was going to happen, didn't he? He had to know. Why is he sat there like, oh, I can't believe it. Why is Seth like, oh, Judgment Day have come down. I can't believe it. I'm going to make you my 7-year. All of a sudden, Virgin doesn't seem too bad. Okay, so Judgment Day have come down. Seth's chucked Dom out the ring. He gets nailed by the Money in the Bank briefcase. Silly Seth. Silly sausage. You're a silly sausage. Seth, silly sausage. Here is Sammy and Kevin. Wow, Sammy. Oh, yeah, well, Kevin got beat up earlier, didn't he? Looks. Chair there by Sammy. Wallop. Can you believe it? Contract signing has resulted in a big brawl. Tables being thrown out of the ring. Chairs being chucked out the ring as well. Damian Priest with a choke slam to Sammy. Dominic kicking Sammy out of the ring. Got a minute left. A minute. 1 minute. Finn Balor has got Seth in the ring. So Seth and Finn signed the contracts. Judgment Day attacks Seth. Sammy tried to even the numbers, but wasn't successful. And right now, Seth is just getting mugged by all 4 members of the Judgment Day. There's Becky. You'd think Becky would come down and at least deal with Rhea. Is she not watching? She's either not watching or she's backstage going, nah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He's got this under control. Yeah, but there's 4 of them, Becky. Nah, he's fine. One of them's Rhea. He can't do anything with Rhea. Nah, he'll be all right. He's been through worse. He'll be all right. Yeah, but shouldn't you at least just go out there and deal with Rhea? Nah. Not with all this free catering around, I can't. Judgment Day stands over Seth. Well, thanks for coming out. Thanks for coming out, Sammy. Thanks for coming out. You did flipping nothing, mate. And that's the show. That is the show. What did you score Raw? I'm gonna change the parameter. Actually, I think this show was not the strongest offering. Right, we'll just spend a couple of minutes getting in some scores and seeing what people thought. Get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts. Seth is definitely winning now, said Stuttering Steves. Basically, they rub each other's naughty parts, and the males never gets in the hanger. I'm probably not going to read all of that message, William, but thank you for the information. Defcon said, with all due respect, shouldn't any priest cash in Money at the Back at the end of the beatdown? He could have been champion. If he'd have done that, though, Finn might have stopped him. Because Finn wants to get revenge on Seth for what happened 7 years ago. Damien knows that, so I can I get your point. It's a good point. If he had an agreement backstage with Finn to, like, you know, if I do cash in, would you let me type thing? I'll give you that match at SummerSlam. But I don't think that's a conversation they've had. So if I put myself in his situation, I would probably be thinking that Finn would stop me because he wants to get his hands on Seth as revenge. Carlos said, I remember when they used to be real brawls, everyone would come out and start fighting. Sinan said, seeing Liv cry was terrible. Sonny gives it 5 sharks out of 10 sharks. Joey says he should have cashed in. Charles said predictable ending wasn't worth watching. Ray said another NWO. We really need that ? Bembo said Becky was back in catering. And do you know what? I don't blame her for that. I don't blame her. She is of the impression that Seth has got this under control. She was back in catering. I hear the food's good. It's hard to blame her, to be honest. It's really hard to blame her. Where was KO? Well, he was beaten up earlier, wasn't he? So he was still feeling the effects and selling the effects of being beaten up earlier in the show. You know, should he have got over it by now? Probably. Probs. You know, does he need to stop being such a crybaby? Sure. But yeah, that's why he wasn't back out. Sammy is a real G for backing Seth in a 4-on-1. I would love a friend like him, says MMA Joe. I would agree if he'd actually done something that was useful. So he came out and he tried. Yeah, he gave it a good college swing, but I would rather Brock Lesnar be in my corner because I just get the feeling he would have won. I get the feeling he would have come down and actually have been useful. So yeah, props to Sammy for giving it a go, but he lacked the execution. Dom still sucks. Corey said Bray will be part of the House of Black. Dylan said, where were the officials during that brawl? Adam Pearce can't keep this show under control. He's a disgrace, isn't he, Adam Pearce? He's really letting the side down. Right, just a few more moments, and then we will get scores. So I need to do the video. Scores coming in over on Tickety Tock. Riley with a 7. Neil with a 3. TK, I'm way too good with a 10. Riley with a 6. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you. What do you think of the show? I thought it was poor. I thought it was poor. I mean, felt like a show that you could have skipped. There was just a lot of people agreeing to matches, as I said, that we already knew that were going to happen. I don't think, like, you know, Drew against Ludwig. Becky Zoey, I mean, because of the stipulation, you knew which way that was going to go in advance. There's maybe something a bit interesting going on with Tommaso and Shinsuke. I mean, you know, there's a little something there. But, I mean, there wasn't, you know, for 3 hours. It wasn't a great deal here, was there? You know. Could have watched a film. I don't know what film I would have watched. Don't know what film I would have watched, actually. Don't know. I've got a list of films that I want to get to. Right, so I'll have a little look, see what's written down on my list. Here we go. Films. I want to watch the 2004 Dawn of the Dead. Never seen it. I could watch that. I've never seen There Will Be Blood. That's quite long as well. I could have watched that. I Saw the Devil. I must have heard something about that. I don't know anything about it, but I've written that down. The Batman. I haven't seen The Batman. I could have watched The Batman. All Along the Western Front. That was on Netflix, wasn't it? That was like a newly redone version of it. Yeah. And Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think, did that not win Best Film at the Oscars this year? I think it did, and I think that's why I've written it down. So those are my films on my to-watch list. Not really a film guy. Could have watched one of those. Maybe a couple of those, you know. But you never know, do you? You never know until you actually get to the show as to how the show's going to go. So, you know, could have been better. Could have been worse. Could have been worse, couldn't it? That's one way to look at it. Could have been worse. Mustafa Ali should win the North American title at Great American Bash. 7 years with no title. And that much talent is criminal, says Kim. Retribution said the Batman wasn't all that, to be honest. It was a bit boring. Oh, that's a shame. Well, I love Batman. And I love the Dark Knight films. And this one looked like it was a bit better than recent offerings. So, looking forward to the new Joker. This Joker 2. Looking forward to that. Simon Steve said, I feel like if you feel that the show was a chore to watch, then it is bad. If it feels like, oh, it's already over, it was good. Kim said, I feel like when people call Mustafa Ali a crybaby, they're the same people that praise Sasha and Naomi for doing the same thing, walking out when in a better position than Ali was in. Jim said, the Batman was far too serious for its own good. Oh, really? That's interesting. Harry said, when's the SummerSlam 93 video? That'll be this week. It's watched. It just needs a little bit more editing, but yeah, it would have gone out yesterday if I had not gone the cricket instead. So it will be out this week, buds. Appreciate the support. I love doing those SummerSlam ones. Do you think Undertaker managing Bray would be cool? No, because he is not going to be going. First of all, I don't think Bray needs a manager. Doesn't need someone to talk for him. So what would Undertaker do? Just like stand there. And also Undertaker is retired. So he's only going to be around once in a blue moon. So, I mean, could Undertaker be revealed as like a higher power? I mean, maybe you could do something like that. But I feel like if you was going to do that, you would have done it already. So, no. I don't think that would work. Right, let's get the results and send this baby home, shall we? Retribution said Joker 2 should be good if it's anything like the first one, but the musical stuff is lowering my hopes. Oh yeah, if it's a musical, it'll be atrocious. 34% thought this was 7 to 10. 28% thought it was 6 to 675. 18% said 5 to 575, and 18% said 475 or below. I think I would be in the 5s because I don't think this was a disaster. I would say if we're going 475 or below, it's a disaster. I always think if you're around a 6, 6 is average, and 7 or above is good. I can't say this was good. In fact, I think this was below average. So for me, I'd be in the 5s. I think I'd be in the 5s. But, you know. Watch the Anzacs. It's an Australian military mini-series. England and Australia in World War II. Anzacs were badass Aussie soldiers. Seeing as the cricket match, you can't watch Aussies getting deaded. That sounds all right. Okay, the live stream is wrapped up. Boom. Daniela said, are you streaming NXT Great American Bash on Sunday? Is it out this Sunday? Yes will be the answer. Raw only had 2 women feuds. It needs more. Maybe the Candice and Nikki segment was for a sanity return, but Eric Young requested his release. Right, well, we're done. I need to go off and do the recap video. Appreciate the support as always, guys. Hope you got some out of the show. It seems like some of you did, which is good. And don't forget, we are going to be back tomorrow for NXT. We're back tomorrow, NXT. Looking forward to that. The show's opening with Dominic and Rhea. So Dominic and Rhea opening the show. And as we said, something to hopefully look forward to there. It feels a bit bigger, NXT at the moment. It's getting some really good ratings, got really good momentum. So hopefully we get another strong episode tomorrow. And then obviously AEW on Wednesday. We've got SmackDown on Friday. And of course, massive Crawford against Spence fight on Saturday. Drop a like on that if you haven't already. It's greatly appreciated. I want to try and get that to 1,000. So as many likes as we can get in advance is very helpful, very useful. So yeah, it's going to be a big stream on Saturday. Really looking forward to that. So thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate the support, of course. We tried to have a bit of fun with tonight as and when we could. And we'll see what tomorrow brings. Awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.